the driver behavior part, the human factors part.
What is human factors?
Human factors is how a human interacts with their environment. A synonymous term is ergonomics. I'm sure we've all heard about ergonomic chairs and ergonomic hammers or ergonomic devices. This is human factors is synonymous with that, but my focus is on driver behavior.
I'd like to talk a little bit about your background, training, and experience. Could you please share with us your educational background?
My educational background is I have a bachelor's degree, and then I went back to school for a master's in experimental psychology at the University of Hartford. And then when working on some of my research, was invited to attend the University of Massachusetts PhD program, where I received a PhD in industrial engineering and operations research. It's the math end of the psychology.
When you say driver behavior, what do you mean?
We measure many different things: speed choices, lane position, driver response time, and whether you decide what percentage of drivers will pull out in a given situation, what percentages won't. So basically, we get statistics on who glances what, where, how they react, what their speed choice is, and how they respond to different hazards, both non-immediate hazards like a pedestrian on a sidewalk, or immediate hazards like something coming into a driver's path and requiring an emergency response.
Have you published scientific peer review articles in your field?
Yes, several. I think I'm over 70 peer-reviewed publications at this point.
To your knowledge and experience, are those articles relied upon as authoritative in the field of human factors?
Yes. On top of that, we teach, and so we're considered the sole source educators of driver behavior for crash investigators. And so if a crash investigator has human factors training or cause analysis training, they likely got it from us. So that education goes into our training curriculum.
Prior to going and getting your PhD, did you have another career?
Yes, I did. I started as a police officer with the Groton Town Police in Groton, Connecticut. It's a 60-man.
How long were you serving as a police officer?
I started June 1983, and I left there in April 1989.
After leaving law enforcement, what type of work did you do?
When I left police work to do crash investigation full time. So I started my own crash reconstruction group, and I was doing crash reconstruction from 1990 through about 2001 or two. And that's around the time I completed my master's degree in experimental psychology, and I started doing research regarding driver behavior and driver response times.
In 2005, did your focus change?
Yeah, in 2000, well, actually it started around the 2001-2 period, where I had several articles published as part of my master's research. And then in 2005, by the time 2005 rolled around, I'm now at University of Massachusetts working in the Human Performance Laboratory, and we're almost all my research and all my work at that time was related to human factors.
What is your current position at the Drivers Research Institute?
Well, I'm the director of training and research, so I work on the most of my work is spent on the developing software for crash investigators, editing and authoring the curriculum for how to reconstruct the crash for human factors in driver behavior and developing the curriculum there. And then, of course, from time to time, I do some consulting.
How long have you done consulting and forensic work like this?
Dating back to crash reconstruction, I think the first time I testified as an expert was 1988 when I was a police officer. And then in the human factors side, probably the transition was somewhere between 2000 and 2005.
And have you come to court before and qualified as an expert in the field of human factors?
Yes, I have.
How long have you been working on this case?
Oh, goodness. Probably 2023, early 2023 is when we started on this.
Do you charge for your services?
Yes, we do.
How much do you charge?
My billable rate is $600 an hour for
And
investigating.
did you have to travel here from Connecticut, or
Yes.
were you already out here?
Well, this was a circuitous route. I was teaching in Seattle last week when I was told, nope, you're not going home, you're coming here. So I was in Seattle and I went from Seattle to here.
In this case, was your big picture focus analyzing driver response to be hazards?
Yes. So in particular, I'm looking at how drivers normally respond, the benchmark of how drivers normally respond to non-emergency hazards like signs and markings and crosswalks, and how then drivers respond to emergency hazards like a pedestrian in their path.
Okay, I want to now talk a little bit about the methodology that you employed in this case, all right? So first, can you tell us about the general methodology used in evaluating the driver's conduct in this case?
Yeah, we follow what is referred to as a case control approach. And I'm sure many of you have heard that you compare a scientific sample against some kind of control or some benchmark. And that's essentially what we do. We look at what drivers normally do, and then we look at what did the drivers in this situation do, and how does that compare?
In this case, did you use some methodology to calculate perception and reaction time?
Yes.
Before you tell us explain to us what is perception and reaction time.
Right. So perception reaction time or perception response time is a term used to, it's for an emergency response. So when we're discussing an emergency response time, of course, there has to be an emergency event that materializes. And then we evaluate how the driver responds to it, particularly how long it takes them to take their foot off the throttle or move their hands. How long does it take them in the movement time, moving from the throttle to the brake, and how long does it take them to press the brake down? And so different drivers have a defined range for each of those. And then we can compare that to what other drivers have done and evaluate, well, is this driver in the normal common range, or are they not in that range?
And does that look at when a driver perceives a potential hazard and how long it takes them to react, whether it be steer, put on the brakes, slow down, take some reaction?
Right. So the perception time is how long does it take you to start something? And then the response is the leg movement time, and then the braking time, and then how hard you brake.
What tool do you use to evaluate driver perception time, response time?
Well, the tool that is most commonly used is the tool we authored. It was formerly known as interactive driver response research. It's now online, and it's just simply called response. And so that's part of the research that we've done. We compile all research studies. I think it's 400 or 500 studies at this point that we put into a database, and the program allows you put in the exact parameters of the crash, nighttime, intersection, pedestrians moving, and it identifies the research that's been done in that regard and what the average response time is, and that becomes our benchmark. That's what normal drivers do. They respond within blank to blank for this crash type or this conflict type, and then we can compare what did this driver do, right, and make a comparison.
This tool is the IDRR program.
Right.
That's what it's called.
Yes.
And is that widely accepted throughout the world?
Yes. So it's used by more than 20 state police agencies, federal government agencies, Transport Canada, federal police in Australia, and in 14 different countries. It's been used by crash investigators when testifying in court.
How many studies were used to develop your response time equations?
In this particular case, when we narrow down from the several hundred studies, we're looking at an angular path, we're looking at an intersection, and that now brings us down to about 25 path intrusions, similar path intrusion studies.
Is there an acronym that's used to describe the factors that are associated with nighttime recognition?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
Right. So when looking at all the foundational research, several factors have been identified as influencing the ability to recognize or attend to some obstacle or hazard. And they can be recalled by the acronym CAPLETS: contrast, lighting, anticipation or the probability of the event, pattern recognition, contrast, anticipation, pattern, lighting, eccentricity. In other words, we see things straight ahead more than if they're eccentric left or right, time of exposure, and size. So we want to look at each one of those factors.
All right. I want to talk to you now about the collision scene and conditions. Have you assessed those in this case?
Yes, I did.
What were the weather and road conditions like at the time of the collision on September 29th, 2020?
The road was fine. The weather was fine. There was just some clouds in the sky, but light clouds in the sky.
How is the roadway of Triumphal Canyon and Saddle Mountain Drive configured in the area where the collision occurred?
It's a 4-lane divided road. It's referred to as a collector road. So that's a road from a main road that feeds into a residential area. All right, it collects people from the residential area and sends them on their way. So it's referred to as a collector, and it's in a recreational area. There's the pickleball courts and tennis courts and athletic areas all along the eastern edge of that road, like as I said, 2 lanes in each direction. There's an intersection coming up ahead, several warning signs of pedestrians.
I'm gonna get to that. What was the speed limit?
Speed limit's 45 miles an hour.
Tell us about the warning signs that existed as you approach the crosswalk in the direction in which Mrs. Grossman and Mr. Erickson were traveling.
Yeah, so as you're traveling north, around 500 feet before we get to the crosswalk, there's painted retroreflective markings on the road, identify PED crossing, written on the road. And in that area, there are what we call redundant signing. In other words, there's signing on both sides of the road saying there's pedestrians ahead. And then, of course, in this area, there are pedestrians and bicyclists in that area. And then as you move up closer towards the intersection with Saddle Mountain Drive, just before the intersection, there's another set of redundant signs saying a crosswalk and with an arrow pointing. In other words, you're approaching the crosswalk. And then, of course, there's the retroreflective crosswalk painted across the road in that area as well.
From a human factor standpoint, what is the purpose of placing warning signs on the roadway, on the side of the roadway, as it relates to motorists traveling on the roadway?
They're yellow signs, so they're advisory. Yellow means advisory, warning, right? So it's giving, they're put there to advise drivers of what they can expect in the future.
I want to show Exhibit 148-1. I we need some help. Thank you. Okay. And does that show the signs?
We have the speed limit sign. That's a white sign. That's a regulatory sign. So that's a requirement that you have to travel at 45 or less.
Let's go to the next 148.2. Again, we see the more signs painted on the roadway and then to the side, the yellow.
That's correct. Those are the ones that are roughly 500 feet from impact.
And then finally, 148-3.
Again, those are approximately 50 feet before the crosswalk.
I want to show now 295-2, an aerial overview of Triumphal and Saddle Mountain. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you explain what significance this would have, if any, in the work that you did in this case?
So those two arrows represent the rough direction of travel of Mr. Erickson and Mrs. Grossman as they were traveling through the area. The blue represents the Erickson vehicle, the orange represents the Grossman vehicle, and the yellow star represents the approximate position of the pedestrians as they were crossing the road. So this is just basically laying out who was where.
And where were Mark and Jacob Iskander located at the time?
Probably very near where at that point, very near where that star is.
As pedestrians within a marked crosswalk, did Mark and Jacob have the right of way at the time of the crash?
Yes, they did.
Were Rebecca Grossman and Scott Erickson required to yield to the pedestrians in the crosswalk?
Yes, they were. Yes, they were required to yield.
Did you personally go to the scene of this collision?
Yes, several times.
And what was the purpose of going there, and what did you do?
Well, I wanted to document the scene. I want to make sure I'm applying the research properly to the facts of the case. I want to make sure I get the lighting. And so we measured lighting in two different ways out at the site. And I wanted to understand the environment and who was where, when, and what the sight lines were for the drivers as they approached the area.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the opinions that you have in this case. Have you reached a number of opinions, expert opinions, as it relates to this collision?
Yes, I have.
Have you reached an opinion about whether or not Ms. Grossman was traveling at an excessive speed and exercised irrational behavior?
You have to respond to the question.
Overruled.
Has to be irrational behaviors.
Overruled. You can answer.
It was irrational behavior. 81 in a 45 And it was far exceeding any traffic study of any database that we see of speeds of drivers through that area. No driver traveled these speeds, right? So think of all the drivers that might travel fast. They were faster than that, right? So it was way outside the range of normal speeds for this road.
When you say irrational, is that what you mean?
I said what I meant. Yes, irrational. It was off the charts high.
In that irrational behavior, excessive speed, is that consistent with someone that's impaired driving a motor vehicle?
Object to the form of the question beyond the scope of this witness's expertise, speculation, foundation.
Sustain.
On which grounds?
Beyond the scope.
Of his expertise?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about your expertise in assessing facts and circumstances to determine whether someone is impaired.
So what we look at is driver behavior, and
I'm sorry.
we make
I'm
that.
sorry. Let's see counsel suffer.
Irrational behavior and the excessive speed, is that something, in your opinion, based on your research and experience, that would be consistent with someone that's driving impaired?
Same objections.
Overruled.
Yeah, I'm not, as I pointed out, I'm not a toxicologist. I'm not a medical doctor. I look at driver behavior, and we can compare what a driver does with what normal drivers do. And when that behavior is so far off the charts, there are three common things that we see: impairment, distraction, or fatigue. And so when we get this kind of anomalous behavior, one of those things are highly likely to be associated with this. And in this case, there's evidence of an impairment and intoxication. So yes, what I see is consistent with impairment.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of this witness's expertise, and move to strike the answer.
Overruled.
With respect to the speeds you talk about, did you review the pre-collision data from Miss Grossman's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And was that the EDR, the event data recorder?
Yes, we looked at the event data recorder information.
What is significant to you in your field of human factors when you look at the times, speeds, acceleration, and braking detail in the EDR report?
Oh, there's a lot of data in there for me. The speed choice to begin with, as I pointed out, 73 initially, 5 seconds or roughly 5 seconds before impact, 73 miles an hour. That is already outside the scope of what any other driver has been recorded traveling on that road. Then the next move is to accelerate at 98%, which is essentially pedal to the metal, full acceleration, after already traveling faster than 99.99% of other drivers, right? Then we get up to an 81 mile an hour speed. Then we start seeing evidence of a response. And when we then look at that and compare that to other normal drivers, most of us, as we're approaching a stop sign, it'll take us about a half second to move the foot from the throttle to the brake. That's the average of what we do. And that's about the average of what we do in an emergency as well, right? It's about a half second to go from the throttle to the brake. But we can see 2 rows there of the throttle's off, but the brake's not on yet, which is suggesting there's some kind of something going on, some kind of mental lapse that's causing the leg to go a little bit slower. And then we get to the braking. And it usually takes the average driver about 0.3 seconds to get to 0.4 G. In other words, to start braking at more than 10 miles an hour, losing 10 miles an hour per second. And she never got there, right? She's losing about 5 miles an hour per second. And by the way, the average braking is going to be somewhere in that 10 to 12 miles per hour per second or more. And she's near 5. So all of this is suggesting to me, and it's going back to supporting impairment, that we can see evidence of being mentally overloaded. We're seeing the leg movement times go slower, the braking is softer. It's suggesting indecision. Then we see at impact, the brake comes off. Again, why would braking come off if you're, making correct cognitive decisions, right? And so the whole process is telling us a story here and supporting evidence of an impaired performance.
Well,
Would
sir,
you strike the answer as calling for speculation and lacking foundation?
Overruled.
sir, how can you say just based on, or withdraw that? Can you say just because someone was driving 80 miles an hour in a 45 zone that they're impaired?
No, see that I would completely agree. If you were to say to me, hey, Jeff, going 80 alone, does that prove intoxication, right? No, intoxicated people might go slowly, might go fast. What we see, though, is when held together, right, there's a pattern here suggesting the driver was overloaded and making erratic decisions, right? And so what we see is the one thing I think we all know about impaired people is they're unreliable, right? And that when we start seeing people deviate from the normal, very high or very low, that's an indication of impairment when we see that erratic behavior.
So let's talk
Object to the
about,
form of the question, Your Honor, beyond the witness's expertise, foundation, and speculation.
Overruled.
okay, let's go back to the impairment, the facts that you've assessed in this case that lead you to that conclusion. Now, do you have facts that support your opinion?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, let's go through them. Why don't you just list them for us, each one? First of all, go ahead. I'm not going to just tell us what they are.
You're looking for the facts.
The facts that support the impairment driving by Ms. Grossman.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, we can start right from the witness statements. And as they were traveling from Lakeview Canyon Road all the way to the area of impact, we got evidence of their traffic being cut off. 2 drivers traveling extremely fast, very close together. We know they did not yield to pedestrians in the crosswalk. We know that at a point in time where they're traveling where Mrs. Grossman is traveling at a speed that near 0% of drivers travel, she then accelerates foot pedal to the metal at 98% of the capability of the vehicle. She reaches a speed of 81 miles an hour. Then she has the slow leg movement time, the very moderate braking, right, in response. And then we get into, this is a recreational area, all through this area. When after impact, she comes to rest a third of a mile from the impact, right? And insists that she was braking that time. If she's braking for a third of a mile after impact, when the average driver can brake in 100 feet at 45 miles an hour, it's suggesting extremely high speed, right? And then we have evidence of Valium in her system and blood alcohol level. And then, of course, all the warning signs leading up to this. When we consider all this information together, it's strongly pointing that we have degraded performance, erratic behavior, and it's consistent with impairment.
Did you consider her performance on the field sobriety test?
Yes.
And was that a fact or not a fact?
That's one of the factors that's one of the pieces of information that I'm using to come to my conclusions, yes.
In the field of human factors and based on your background, training, experience, and totality of circumstances, do you believe that Rebecca Grossman at the time of the collision was impaired and failed to drive as a reasonable motorist would?
Objection, foundation, speculation, incomplete hypothetical, beyond the
Overruled.
scope of this witness's expertise.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Is it your opinion, after all the work you've done in this case, that at the time the two boys were struck, that Mrs. Grossman was driving a motor vehicle under the influence, she was impaired, and that caused the collision?
Same objections.
Overruled.
The actions here are consistent with impairment. And this, in particular, the speed choice made avoidance near zero when a 45 mile an hour speed would yield near 100% avoidance, right? So yes, it's consistent with impairment.
As a human factors expert, do you assess the task that the individual is to perform?
Yes, that's exactly what we do.
Are there simple tasks and complex tasks?
Well, in driving, there's different levels of complex tasks.
Okay. The task that Mrs. Grossman should have undertaken in this case, were those simple tasks or complex tasks?
Well, it depends on which task you're referring to. If you're talking about just traveling 45, it's comparatively simple, right? If we're comparing somebody traveling 81 miles an hour in a 45 and close to another vehicle, now you got a whole different level of complexity.
Okay. I want to go to your next opinion regarding the lighting conditions and the visibility of the pedestrians at the location where the boys were killed. Okay?
Yep.
All right. First of all, why don't you tell us your opinion regarding the lighting and the visibility at the time of the collision?
The lighting exceeded a recognition threshold. When looking at the clothing of the pedestrians and the lighting in the area, they were there to be seen by somebody traveling 45 miles an hour. And in fact, they were by drivers traveling at that speed or less.
Can you describe the prevailing lighting conditions at the scene at the time of the collision?
Yes, so there were at the median, that's the grassy area just between the northbound lanes and the two southbound lanes. Right at the end of that, just before the intersection, there are two lights there, right? So right in the intersection, there are 2 lights. Then when you go past the crosswalk, just beyond there, there's another 2 lights. So there are 4 street lights within about 60 feet of where the pedestrians were located. Then there's a 5th light on Saddle Mountain Road that's within about 100 feet of where the pedestrians were. And at each point in time, when I'm getting my light meter readings, I can see that the shadows from each one of those lights are casting light in that area.
All right, I'm going to get into that. As far as forget the, do you call lights artificial lighting?
Yeah, sure.
Natural. How was the natural lighting at that?
Natural lighting, it was dusk. It was right at the end of dusk, right? So dusk is defined when the sun is about 6 degrees below the horizon. It's usually somewhere around a half hour after sunset. So this is right around there.
All right, let's talk about, I want to show you 295-5. And ask you when it comes up, what does this show?
That's where I identify where the street lights were.
All right, let's go to 295-3. What are we looking at here?
That's the photograph taken by Mrs. Manners. I guess she estimated about a couple minutes before the crash occurred.
What does that give us a reasonable sense of the prevailing light at or around the time?
Yeah, I would say just a little bit darker than that, but that's pretty close.
Did you measure the illumination at the crash scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How do you do that?
There's 2 different type of light meters we use. One is an they just call it a light meter, but it actually measures illuminance. So illuminance, you can remember that, at least my science teacher taught me, it's the amount of light cast onto a surface. So if it's cast onto you, it makes you ill, and that's how you can remember illuminance. So that meter is just a white ball on the meter, and it's like a catcher's mitt. It just catches light, and it measures. So I'd hold it to the surface of where the pedestrians were located, and it measures how much light is being cast in that area. And so that's what we do. We hold the light meter when we're in the crosswalk and determine how much light is being cast onto the surface of where the pedestrians were located. And then the second one is called a luminance meter. That's a gun being shot from the observer's point of view, and it's measuring how much light is coming back to the observer, right? Or the brightness, how bright something is compared to its background.
And what did you find when you did these measurements?
That they exceeded all thresholds. For example, the luminance readings, when we look at light meter standards for street lighting, for a medium traffic collector road, which this would fall into that category, somewhere near medium, you would need 0.6 candela per meter squared. So just remember 0.6. The readings I was getting is 1.2 and 1.4. So there's not, it exceeded, well exceeded any minimum lighting threshold for luminance. Then I looked at illuminance. Well, the standards used to be measured by illuminance. When we look at even the old standards, for somebody wearing a medium gray clothing and how much light they need to be recognized, you need about 10, 11 lux for a medium gray. And we're getting readings of 16 and 17 lux at the worst location, right? So as you move, where they were struck is extremely well lit. As you move towards the median is where there's the least light. So that's where I focused, where the least light was. And even there, it far exceeded minimum standards. It only got better as the pedestrians moved across the road. For example, Nancy Iskander, by the time the cars are traveling through, her readings would have been much higher than the readings that I was looking at.
All right. What is a contrast reading?
A contrast gradient.
Reading. Did you do contrast readings?
No, those are the luminance readings. So when we compare the luminance readings, when we compare the luminance or the brightness of the clothing versus the brightness of the background, we're looking at how much do those compare, right? Do they compare, or does one differ from the other? And that is the measure of contrast. And we also measured the contrast out there and found it exceeded minimum thresholds.
Is there a national standard that applies to the luminance for this roadway?
Yes, that's the Illumination Engineering Society of North America standard. And that's the standard that I was referring to before, the 0.6 candela per meter squared. And this road was 1.2 candela per meter squared.
So it exceeds the standards.
Yeah, doubled the standard.
And who is Mr. Dinakar?
Mr. Dineker is my partner and colleague, and has worked for me for 10 years.
And did he assist you in this work?
Yes, he did.
What did he do?
He did the initial site exam back in May 2023, and we rented a similar Mercedes and took it out to the site and did a reenactment and got light meter readings and made observations. And then he returned to the site with me in February 2024, where we essentially did everything again, but with me there.
Did you consider in your analysis the clothing worn by the boys, Zachary and their mom, Nancy Iskander?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I want to show you 295.10. These are Mark's shoes, and the N on it is a New Balance logo. What significance, if any, did these type of shoes play in your assessment of the case?
Those N's, the New Balance N, those are retroreflective material. And so retroreflective means if headlights hit them, they come back looking like a light, right, to the observer, to the driver.
All right. I want to show you 295.11. Okay, these are, what are these?
This is Jacob's clothing.
We'll go to 295.12.
This is Zachary's clothing, and the rear of his scooter.
There's a helmet up there also.
Yeah, that's his helmet.
Does the scooter wheel, does that provide any type of illumination when in motion?
Yes. For example, Mr. Erickson called it the shiny little thing, right? In his testimony. So it glows. Yeah.
I want to show you 295.13. And
Yeah.
what is that?
Well, as it says, it's Mrs. Iskander's leggings.
How did the clothing figure into your analysis?
When looking at the research that we've done, as well as the research of others, we can see that somebody with all white clothing need less light to cast upon them than somebody wearing black clothing. And so across all the studies, the average driver recognized a pedestrian wearing all white if at a point where their headlights shined 2 lux of light on the pedestrian's knee height. If they're wearing black, you need 20 lux. Well, what does that mean? Well, it's the difference of 200 feet. So headlights shine forward about 300 feet if for white. They shine forward about 100 feet for somebody wearing black. So, and these colors fall in the middle. They're like a medium gray. If you put them on a gray scale, which I did, they come out to be like a medium gray, right? And so that means you need somewhere in between. You don't need 20 lux for black. You don't need 2 lux for white. You need about 10 or 11 lux for gray. So, somebody wearing gray materials, which would suggest something in the 230-foot range.
So bottom line, sir, did the prevailing lighting conditions play any role in causing this crash?
No.
If the driver was attentive, looking out for hazards on the roadway, and obeying all speed laws, would they have been able to see the boys and avoid the collision?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes, traveling 45 miles an hour. If just traveling 45 and doing nothing and starting at the same place where she started braking, that car arrives and the pedestrians aren't there anymore. If she braked exactly the way she braked, even with a very moderate braking she exhibited, again, the pedestrians aren't there when she arrives, right? So yes, absolutely.
All right, I'm going to go to the next opinion, and I want to talk about whether the pedestrians exceeded recognition threshold to allow avoidance. So first question is, do you believe that the boys that were struck and the mother and the other boy, Zachary, exceeded recognition threshold to allow avoidance?
Yes, it did. Simply.
Please
yes.
explain.
So whether we look into the luminance or the contrast approach, let's go for the caplets approach, right? Or it can be narrowed down to claps. Contrast exceeded recognition thresholds. Lighting exceeded recognition thresholds. Anticipation, comparative probability. It's at an intersection with a very well-marked crosswalk. It's a location at a recreation area, right? It's at a location where drivers should anticipate a higher probability that there might be pedestrians in the area, right? So associated with faster reaction time. Pattern recognition, right? We saw the retroreflective materials, the lighted things on this, the lighted wheel. We saw the clothing. It's not even dark clothing, right? It's more medium clothing. And then size. These are children. It's not like we're finding a small fuzzy animal. We're seeing children that are 58 and 53 inches tall. All right. So every one of the claps, CLAPS, exceeded a minimum threshold.
What's the perception response time that you apply to a driver in this scenario?
So I looked into the research of intersection path intrusion response times. The average response time across the studies we looked at has been 1.2 seconds. So from when a pedestrian was in the road to when a driver started braking hard has been 1.2 seconds. And the range of normal drivers is plus or minus 0.4. So that means 85% of drivers respond within 1.6 seconds.
And these drivers that are part of these studies, are those impaired or unimpaired drivers?
No, we compare our drivers to unimpaired, generally normal, ordinary drivers across real life studies that have been done, simulator studies, like I said, across hundreds of studies focused on the 25 angular path intrusion studies that have been done.
How does the impairment affect the perception, reaction, time?
That's-
Affecting foundation beyond the scope of this witness's expertise, speculation.
Overall.
That's the whole reason for my analysis, right? So we compare what a driver did, right? She was on the brakes 1.5 seconds before impact, to what other drivers have done in a substantially similar situation, a similar crash type, a similar, intersection, path intrusion, pedestrians always moving, not coming from a stop. And we see the average response time has been 1.2 seconds. We then compare that to somebody else, and we can see, and the average driver has a half-second leg movement time, and the average driver is at 0.4 G, or, braking hard within 0.3 of a second, right? And we now can compare that to Mrs. Grossman or any other driver, and when the two don't compare, we then can conclude whether they were within the normal range or not. And if they're not, then it's indicative of somebody that's degraded performance.
You mentioned the IDRR program.
Yes, I
Did
did.
you use that in this case?
Yes, initially back in 2023, we used it, but then in 2023, that became an online application called Response. So I've used the two. Generally, the Response program is the online version of interactive driver response research. And yes, I have used the research in that program.
Okay, using the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit and the 85 percentile response time that you told us about, how much distance does a driver need to perceive, respond, and stop?
All right, so if you respond slower than 85 out of 100 people, right, and travel 45 miles an hour, you can perceive, respond, and stop in 204 feet.
Based on the lighting that you observe, were the pedestrians recognizable for approaching vehicles?
Yes, they were.
If Ms. Grossman had been traveling 45 and she only needed 204 feet to stop, what would have happened?
Can you repeat the question?
If Ms. Grossman was traveling 45 an hour and needed only 204 feet to stop, what would have happened?
There's no crash. She doesn't get there in time. She didn't have to brake, right? But they're not there to be hit. And certainly if she stops, if she does brake at a normal rate, she never gets to the crosswalk.
Did Mr. Erickson vehicle factor into the recognition distance for Ms. Grossman?
So yes.
How?
So my analysis that I've discussed with you and regarding the lighting and the clothing and that typical average recognition distance has been in the 230-foot range. That is assuming that the only headlights being cast on the pedestrians are coming from the Grossman vehicle. But there's evidence that that's not true, right? That there's evidence that Mr. Erickson's vehicle comes through the area first. There's evidence that the Eftekari vehicle is in that area, approaching that area as well. So if we have additional light distributed from those two vehicles, recognition distance increases substantially by more than 100 feet, right?
Okay. Based on your analysis, was the timing of Ms. Grossman's response to Mark and Jacob within the normal response for drivers?
Now, assuming the 230, she's barely in the normal. She, her response falls barely in the normal range. However, when we consider the lighting by the Erickson vehicle that drives through first and flashes on the pedestrians, also the Eftikari vehicle, more likely than not, she's out of the normal response. Let me emphasize, for reaction time, right? She's outside the normal range if we consider the other two headlights.
What about the brake application? Is that normal?
Yeah. So, and that's the exact point I was making. So the brake application, the leg movement time, all those are not within the normal range.
All right, I want to talk about your opinions regarding the braking and avoidance. So first, tell us about your opinion concerning braking and avoidance by Mrs. Grossman.
Well, first of all, she did brake about 1.5 seconds before impact. That puts her back at about 169 feet before impact when she starts braking. Now, if she's traveling 45 miles an hour or 66 feet per second and does nothing, the pedestrians aren't there to be hit by the time she gets there. If she brakes equally to what she did and slows at 0.27 Gs or 5 miles per hour per second, right? She still, by the time she arrives at impact at 45 initially, they're not there to be struck. And if she brakes at only 0.4 G, right, which what I've explained to you earlier, 0.4 G is about when stuff starts coming off your seat. It's about the same we all brake when we get a late yellow signal, right? If we get a late yellow signal and you brake just a little harder than normal, just enough to stuff starts coming off your seat, that's about a 0.4, right? If she brakes at that level, she stops before she gets to the crosswalk.
All right. So bottom line with respect to that opinion was Rebecca Grossman's reaction and response to Mark and Jacob in the crosswalk, something you would see from a normal, unimpaired driver.
No, as I listed off the over a dozen reasons why this is not consistent with a normal unimpaired driver.
All right, let's go to I think I asked you about this, but braking. I asked you. Okay, here we go. I want to go now to opinions regarding leg movement and overload regarding Mrs. Grossman. Can you tell us what does it mean, delayed leg movement and overload?
So when we're teaching, the way I describe it is this, and I'm circling my head like a halo, right? This, the brain, it affects this, and now I'm circling my knees, my legs, right? So when we see event data where we have a longer leg movement time and gradual braking and less braking force, right? Also referred to as the wagging foot of indecision, right? It's telling me that somebody's mentally overloaded, right? And so when we see nearly a second to get to the brake and never gets to 0.4 G, right? Which is the minimum hard braking of anybody, right? In an emergency response. And then coming off the brake, in fact, before at impact, that's not like the others, right? That's not like normal drivers, and it's more consistent with impairment.
What was Ms. Grossman's leg movement based on the event data recorder?
So normally in an event data recorder, we see throttle off, and in the next row, we see brake on, right? It's usually about a half second, and each row in there represents a half second. But you'll notice there's throttle
I'm gonna
off,
put it up
zero,
for you here.
throttle off, right? So notice that 2 seconds here, right? We see 81 miles an hour and accelerated pedal 0. So she's come off the throttle entirely. Now so she's entirely off the throttle there. She's at 0% throttle. But then we see, like 2 rows, and then the brakes on, right? So we see at 2 seconds, she's already off. So remember, that's just reporting what happened. So sometime between 2.5 and 2, she's off the throttle, and then not on the brake until near 1.5. So you can see there's a range here, but it's closer to the 1 second range than it is to the half second range, right? And then here's another reason why we know it's more near the 1 second range, because then we say, all right, what kind of deceleration are we seeing? And we're really not seeing much of any deceleration, right? And then we get to the 1 second, and that's where we first see a very mild 3 mile an hour speed loss. And remember, hard braking is going to be more than the 12 mile an hour speed loss per second. So that means 6. We should get like 6 miles per hour for each row there, and we're getting
322 is what we got, right?
Yeah. So overall, in a second and a half, she loses 8 miles an hour, which is an average of 5 miles per hour per second. And we see in emergency response, the average emergency response is at least twice that.
So would you describe that as very moderate braking?
It's moderate. Yes, it's moderate braking.
What's the significance of the combination of a long leg movement time?
Let me say it's moderate. It's light emergency braking is the best way to put it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What's the significance of light emergency braking and a long leg movement time?
Again, it's circling back to this. The brain is affecting this, the legs. It's suggesting a mental overload.
All right. I want to talk to you next about some opinions regarding Mrs. Grossman's.
Why don't we take our break
Yes,
here?
sir.
Move the podium. You want to talk about the case amongst yourselves or anyone else? See you back in about 10 minutes. Mutter. officers are present. You may be seated. Please continue.
Thank you. Have you formed opinions regarding the following distance between Mrs. Grossman and Mr. Erickson?
Yes, I have.
And what have you come to?
Objection, Kennemer?
Just the council so far. Objection is overruled.
Okay, I'll ask the question again. Did you form opinions about the following distance between Mrs. Grossman and Mr. Erickson?
Yes, I did.
And what opinions did you form?
That they're generally following closely behind one another. In fact, there's some evidence that they were actually switched in position, the white car first, then the black car. And then so all through this drive from Lakeview Canyon Road to when they turned onto Triumphal Canyon Road, that they were in comparatively close proximity. And then we see even after impact, about 360 feet after impact, when we see in the video that they're only 3 seconds behind one another after her vehicle lost power, right? And after it had decelerated for 360 feet, she was still only 3 seconds behind, right, at that point. So it's suggesting, plus the eyewitnesses that suggest mere feet apart, it suggests that they were coupled as they were traveling the route from when we get near the landing to the area of impact.
Objection, this takes the evidence foundation is speculation.
Over.
How does following too closely at a high speed affect a driver's ability to perceive and respond?
You're exhausting resources, right? So for example, if you're really close behind a lead vehicle and that vehicle brakes suddenly, that is among the fastest reaction time events that we see in driver research. However, it's at the expense of everything around, right? So yes, can you follow closely behind and react fast to it? Yes, but now the speed is a problem, and can you stop in time even in that event? but now you've exhausted a lot of your mental resources for the recreational area, the warning signs, the pedestrians in the area, the yielding to the crosswalk. Everything comes at expense.
Based on your analysis, considering the totality of the circumstances, all the evidence you reviewed, what was the cause of Rebecca Grossman's decision to follow Scott Erickson's vehicle too closely?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Overruled.
Could you repeat the question?
Based on your analysis, considering all the evidence that you reviewed, the work that you've done, what was the cause of Rebecca Grossman's decision to follow Scott Erickson's vehicle too closely?
Same objection.
Overruled.
It goes back to the litany of other things. We keep going back to her response, her behavior is not like the others, right? She's off the charts on this litany of things. Now you add to that following too closely at speeds near 81 miles an hour, and it just keeps pointing to the 0.08 and the Valium in the system, and that impairment is associated with these kind of extravagant behaviors away from the mean, away from the normal.
I want to ask just a few questions about Mr. Erickson. Based on the evidence and the opinions you formed in this case, was Mr. Erickson's speed consistent with Rebecca Grossman's speed in the approximate 5 seconds before the impact?
Yes.
Was there anything blocking Scott Erickson's view of the Mark crosswalk and Mark and Jacob Iskander as they approached?
No. By all accounts, he's the first in line in the number one lane, in the left lane. He's in front of the Grossman vehicle. There's no vehicle in front of him. Once he, gets past the Iskander, past the Eftikari vehicle that was in the right lane.
At a speed of 45 miles per hour, would Mr. Erickson have had adequate information to yield to Mark and Jacob before reaching the crosswalk in an unimpaired condition?
Yes. So based on the information we have in that regard, he saw the children up ahead. He said he saw the children up ahead. He saw the shiny thing. He was recorded as saying that he swerved to avoid the boys that were up ahead. So that would suggest to me if he has time to swerve at 80s or 70s to 80s miles an hour, that he certainly had time for an avoidance response at 45. And so, yes, that would have allowed him to avoid or yield.
I'm sorry. Did Mr. Erickson yield to Mark and Jacob Iskander in the crosswalk?
No, he did not.
Who had the right of way?
The pedestrians that were established in the crosswalk.
Are all the opinions you've given here today to a reasonable degree of scientific probability in your area of expertise?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
Please.
Good morning, Dr. Mutart.
Good morning.
I know you just testified that there would have been nothing blocking Mr. Erickson's view of the children. Is that correct?
Once he passes the Eftikari vehicle, that's correct. So for the last at least 5 seconds.
And your testimony is that you believe Ms. Grossman's vehicle was traveling close behind Mr. Erickson's vehicle, correct?
At that point in time, yes.
So can we agree that Mr. Erickson's vehicle would have been blocking the view of Ms. Grossman's vehicle at the point of the impact?
If she's following too closely, there would have been some obstruction. However, the curvature of the road in that area, for example, when you're like 5 seconds before impact and you're in the left lane, you have a direct shot, a direct view of pedestrians coming off the median. So the car in front of you is now off to your left because of the slight curvature in the road, right? So unless you're literally on the tailpipe of the car in front of you, and that would be part of the erratic behavior. But if you're following at any reasonable speed, that lead vehicle shouldn't be much of an obstruction, if any.
And Doctor, I understand from your opinions that most of the things that you are doing is you are comparing the behavior of the parties in the case to other people, correct?
To other people in the peer-reviewed, published research that's been done across decades, yes.
And so you yourself are not providing diagnoses, for example, related to Ms. Grossman, correct?
No, I am not a medical doctor. What I do is I look at the behavior, I compare the behavior, and then we see in our research what's associated with poor behaviors.
And is it fair to say that you have been relying on other people's work in order to know some of the factors that you've had to use, correct?
Yes, that's customarily what we do. We rely on research, we rely on the crash reconstruction, we rely on the speed estimates. But of course, in this particular case, there's a lot of corroborative information as well. And so those are the things we customarily rely on.
So for example, you rely on others to tell you what the area of impact is, correct?
We were able to get that information from the crash reconstruction, but then we can observe that and we can confirm that ourselves, and there's information that's consistent with that, correct?
And you rely on others to tell you what the speed was, correct? Like, for example, you look at the EDR report, correct?
Yes, so that's another perfect example. We rely on the information and the interpretation of the EDR report from the crash reconstruction, but then we can read the eyewitness accounts that corroborate the speed, and then we look at the other evidence, like how far the pedestrian was thrown, how far it took Mrs. Grossman to come to a third of a mile later, she comes to a stop. So we can corroborate what we get from the crash reconstruction.
And because you're relying on the information provided by other people who did their analysis and measurements, if any of that information is not correct, that would affect your opinions, correct?
Well, it depends on what is not correct. If they have a typo and TPYO rather than TYPO, then that's not going to move the needle, right? And so many times there might be some minor things wrong here or there. But when we look at the weight, what I have to do is I have to look at the weight of the information, and not just one thing, and then to come to my conclusion.
Well, if it was determined that the EDR reading was not accurate, would you agree with me? That would not be a minor thing, in your opinions.
Well, based on what I've seen, the EDR is accurate, but if it wasn't accurate, we would then have the litany of witnesses that describe racing type behavior and wind blowing past them and revving engines and speeds of 70 to 100 mile an hour estimates. We still have that evidence.
And so that would be the evidence of witnesses, correct?
Right.
And so these witnesses who were estimating speed, they were not using instruments, they were just eyeballing it, correct?
They're lay people, but when we look at them, the information in total, we can see the information converges to one story of high speed.
And you're aware that some of these witnesses have actually changed their initial estimates of speed. You're aware of that?
Yes, so, some of them have over time changed their estimates of speed, but I don't believe anybody changed their estimate of speed from racing kind of behavior, revving extremely high speed over 70 to something other than that.
Are you aware that Yasmin Eftihari changed her estimate from 100 miles an hour down to 70, I think it was 72 or 3? You aware of that?
Yes, she did. She was questioned thoroughly, and she brought her estimate down to probably 70. She says she was a young driver and she didn't have a lot of experience in estimating speeds. Initially, she estimated 100. She brought it down to near 70, but she then describes racing kind of behavior coming past her and says 70 miles an hour, which is still faster speed than 99.9% of other drivers in that area.
Now, you've told this jury that your opinion is that Ms. Grossman had irrational behavior consistent with impairment. You recall that?
Yeah, I did say that. That's what I said.
And I just want to ask you, you're not a practicing licensed psychologist, true?
That is true. I'm a statistics guy. I just love the driver behavior research, and that's what I'm reporting here.
Yeah. So this is just your lay opinion when it comes to the irrational behavior, because it's not your profession, true?
It's a simple comparison. I compare what is normal. Then I look at what we look at is standard deviations. How many standard deviations are they from the normal, from the mean, right? And she is literally off the charts on these, right? So it's not hard to say, well, that's irrational behavior when somebody's not even on the chart.
And you were talking about driving at 72 miles an hour, being impaired. It's not your opinion that anyone who drives at 72 miles an hour is considered impaired, is it?
No, as I explained before, somebody traveling 72, could it be that alone? Could that alone be indicative of somebody intoxicated or somebody sober? Probably not. But when we look at the fatal analysis reporting system, somebody traveling 30 or more above the speed limit, right, is 7 times more likely to be impaired than somebody that's traveling the speed limit.
And it's true that you did not do your own independent speed analysis, correct?
No, I did not download the vehicle. I did not calculate the speed, but I did read each one of the witness depositions. I did go out to the site. I did observe from every one of their perspectives of where they were and what their sight lines were, and looked at all the available information. So I was able to corroborate speed in that respect.
With regard to the EDR, you have told us you didn't do the download. So is it fair to say that you did not perform any kind of event data reliability assessment of the EDR?
Other than what I explained, I didn't look at EDR, the mechanism of the thing. But as I said, I corroborated the readings there from the witness testimony and the time and distances in other sources.
And with regard to your opinions about impairment, just to confirm, you're not a licensed toxicologist, true?
No, I think that's been established. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not a toxicologist. I look at the behaviors associated with toxicology or not.
And you didn't analyze blood samples, correct?
No, I do not analyze blood samples.
And you did not perform the field sobriety tests, correct?
No, but I watched it on video. No, I don't do feel, as I said, I just watched the video.
And so is it fair to say that your determination that you believe Ms. Grossman was impaired, you would not call that a medical interpretation, correct?
No, I'm looking at a driver behavior interpretation. I'm going to compare what normal is to what her performance was. And when it's so far off the charts, that's where my opinion is coming from.
And people who drive fast or speed, that doesn't mean that they're impaired automatically, true?
No, but it's more likely. As I pointed out, you are 7 times more likely to be impaired if you're 30 miles an hour above the posted speed limit when driving at night, right? So if you take somebody at traveling 75 miles an hour, they're 7 times more likely to be impaired than somebody who's traveling the speed limit.
And is it true that you have not done any kind of an analysis to determine the percentage of the population that has been cited for going 35 miles over the speed limit and been deemed to be impaired versus not impaired?
Well, I think that's what I just explained. Looking at the fatal analysis reporting system. So the fatal analysis reporting system is the U.S. government statistics of all fatal crashes in the United States. When looking at the fatal crashes between 2020 and 2024, we looked at all events where somebody was speeding and impaired or had drugs in their system. And so overall, speeding alone was associated with a 4.6 time more likely to be impaired. And if they had a drug in their system and alcohol, it was higher than that, closer to 5.8. Then we looked at 30 over the speed limit, and that's where it was over 7.03, at least 7.03 if there's alcohol and more if there's drugs also. So somebody with drugs and alcohol was more than 7 times more likely to be impaired.
And so, Dr. Muttard, I know that you testified about the lighting conditions and the work that you did in that regard. You're aware that there are witnesses who testified that at the time of the collision, it was dark, correct?
Yes, Mr. Erickson.
Can we also agree that other than the signs that we talked about, you mentioned in direct, there are no other devices warning the drivers of the crossing ahead, correct?
There's pedestrians in there. There are bicyclists in the area. Why? We know they are because they're the witnesses, right? Then we have the pedestrian crossing sign on the road. In addition to the signs, then more signs, then reflective paint markings of the crosswalk, right? And then pedestrians in that crosswalk. So yes, there are many more warnings to approaching. And then of course the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. So there are plenty of warnings for a driver approaching this area.
And so my question was really about devices, not so much people. I'll come back to that. Can we agree that other than the signs that we talked about, that there were no other devices warning drivers that there was a crossing ahead?
I'm not sure what you mean by devices. A device could mean a paint marking, could mean the crosswalk itself, could mean the speed limit sign. So you're saying other than the 4 signs warning of a crosswalk? I guess I don't understand.
Well, can we agree, for example, that there was no rapid flashing beacons?
No, there were no rapid flashing beacons at the time.
And it's true that when rapid flashing beacons are used, according to a study, that caused the yield rates to go up, not 100%, but they still went up, true?
Yes, but we have to look at who they went up for, right? And so many of the studies that were looked at, when traffic is traveling in that 35 to 50 mile an hour speed zone, yes, yielding went up considerably, but not for the drivers at the higher speed. In fact, research has pointed out that the likelihood of yielding decreases by about 7% for every 5 miles an hour you are above the speed limit. So we know we can sign and we can warn for anybody that wants to listen, but not for the ones that don't listen.
Let's go back to what you were saying earlier. You said that there were bikes and pedestrians and all that. In fact, the person who testified about being on a bike, that person was not right there even on that street at the time of the incident. Isn't that true?
Mr. Prigidal, yeah, he was more near the landing restaurant. Yeah.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have been someone that could have provided a warning because he wasn't even on that street, true?
Excuse me. Object to the person providing a warning. Vague and ambiguous.
Yeah.
Don't answer.
Sustain.
Okay, let's talk about let me go back to the lighting. I think you testified that it was dusk.
Yes, just at the end of dusk. Correct.
And we have witnesses who said it was dark, correct?
Was asked and answered.
Sustain.
Okay. And you talked about on your direct, you talked about the lighting. You recall that?
I did.
And is it true that you don't know whether, since it was dusk, you don't know whether the lights over the intersection had already turned on? Is that correct?
Yes, I do. They were on.
All right, let's pull up exhibit 295-5, please.
What is
One of his exhibits. Okay, do you recognize this, Dr. Mutar?
I do.
Okay, and you have different numbers. Did you create this document?
I did.
Okay, so you basically took a overhead photograph and then you put some numbers on it, correct?
Correct.
And what do those numbers represent?
Where each street light is.
Okay, now, when we're, from this vantage point, are you able to tell us, may I approach you? May I approach?
Oh, yes.
Yes, let me just use a little pointer still up here. At the bottom of this screen on exhibit 295-5, how many feet are we at this point from the crosswalk?
Well, the end of that line is about 230 feet. So where number 2 is?
Right here?
Yeah, where number 2 is.
Yes.
If you go up a little bit to that end of the green median right there,
Okay.
that's about 200 feet from impact.
Okay.
All right, and then when we get close to the end of that solid white line, No, it's a solid white line, the left-hand turn lane.
Oh.
Where, see where the left-hand turn lane starts? See the number
here.
2? Yeah. I would say 10 feet into that lane is about 230 feet from it.
Okay, so at the beginning of the left turn lane, we're at about 230 feet from the intersection?
You're correct.
Okay, good. That gives us a basis. Okay. So I want to ask you a few questions. So sorry. Oh. Technology.
Are you putting some up there showing us?
Thank you. All right, so this is, I'm just going to write on an iPad, which will project up there, and it'll be just as if we had an easel and paper.
Okay.
Pretty cool, right? All right, so what I want to ask you first is, I want to talk a little bit about the 230 feet from the intersection that we talked about, but I want to first focus on a couple things. See how it straightened my line? Distance. I don't want to straighten that one, but that's okay. All right, and then okay. So now, if we were to have the other picture up that we looked at, the beginning of the turn lane, the distance would be 230 feet from the intersection, true?
From near the start of that turn lane, correct?
Okay, and you've talked about the speed limit at 45.
Right.
Sorry, trying to make that very scribbly. Okay. At 200, if we're going to go 45 miles an hour, how many feet per second are we going to go?
66.
66 feet per second.
Right.
And so how long would it take us to travel that 230 feet if we're going 45 miles an hour?
2.6 seconds. So 230 divided by 66 would be 2.6.
2.6, okay. But that's without giving a perception reaction time, true?
We're just talking time and distance.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So, and I think that you mentioned in your testimony that 85% of people will perceive and react in 1.6 seconds.
Exactly.
Okay, so if we use 1.6, okay. So at that point, how many seconds does the person have to reach the crosswalk?
It is 1 more second to reach the crosswalk.
Okay, 1 more second. So
Right.
it's going to be 0.6. At what
No.
point, how many more seconds?
So if you're 230 feet away and
Yes.
traveling 66 feet per second, 45 miles an hour,
Yes,
right? That means you're 2.6 seconds from impact at that point in time.
yes.
If you're slower than 85% of drivers and take 1.6 seconds, right, to just get on the brakes, you'd be on the brakes at 1 second before impact.
So you'll have literally 1 second to stop.
No, you don't have to stop, because just drive 45, and by the time you get there, the pedestrians aren't there anymore.
Okay. Now, what if you mentioned 85% of the people will be able to perceive and react within 1.6.
True.
But not everybody can react in 1.6, right?
No, we see when somebody is outside that range, if they're slower than 85% of the population, that's when we start seeing the likelihood of impairment, distraction, and fatigue. In particular, some driver inattention starting to be more likely in the data we look at.
Well, but some people just don't move the same speed as other people, right?
Exactly. And that's why we have the standard deviation. And so within that range, within that 1.2 second plus or minus 0.4 range, right? Yes. Do we see some people that measure twice and cut once, and some people that throw something up against the wall? Yeah, we get all different types. You know, as I say all the time, just walk into Walmart, that we get all of them in that range, right? It's when we start getting out of that range that the likelihood of something else going on in the head is more likely than not.
But don't we want to have, instead of 85% of the people to be able to get to the perceive and react and get to the point, don't we want to have 100% of the people? Don't we want to allow for 100% of the people to act in accordance with their own reactions?
Do we want 100% of the people to obey the law? And yeah, sure. All right. But I'm reporting what the human range has been, and the range of the most normal, not the best, but the most normal average person has been 1.2 seconds plus or minus 0.4. And that's the range. So I wouldn't call somebody that's 1.3 slow, and I wouldn't call somebody that's 0.9 fast. They're in the normal range, right? But when we get outside the range, that's where I would be more likely to say, yeah, that's slow.
Well, can we agree that people are different? So would you agree that maybe elderly people may not have the same reflexes as someone who's much younger? And they may, without any impairment, they haven't had anything that should be making them impaired, they might just move slower and need more than 1.6 seconds to perceive and react.
Interesting. Our research and the research across the board doesn't show that. So somebody that's 70 or 75, this might sound surprising to some. Age is not a factor in driver emergency response time, because older drivers and younger drivers, their difficulty is in recognizing problems or hazard anticipation, right? So remember, if we're looking at perception response time, there comes with it an easily identified hazard, and it's an emergency response. You know, how did that emergency transpire, right? And so that's what's driving the response here, the speed and the emergency, right? So if I lay something up on a tee, a 70-year-old can hit it and a 16-year-old can hit it, right? It's funny, like if now the ball is in the woods, now finding it, okay, now age matters more.
And I'm not just talking about age. I'm talking about sometimes people move at different paces. So let me ask you this.
The preamble, I object to the preamble.
Objection sustained. You'll disregard the comment.
Okay. If we apply a 2-second, instead of your 1.6, if we apply a 2-second perception reaction time, how much time would be needed to get to the intersection?
See, well, number one, we're reporting what drivers did, right? We're not imagining, well, this is best case scenario. We're looking at real drivers in real life situations where we put cameras in their vehicle and monitored them for 3 years. And in many of the research we've done, we see what real life drivers do, right? It includes the older, the younger, all different ranges. We're reporting the average of the normal. But now, let's say I'm asked to say, well, how does it change if the driver's reaction time was actually 2? Well, we apply that to the facts of the case. The facts of the case say she was braking at 1.5 seconds before impact. We apply a 2-second response time. We work back from that. That means 3.5 seconds before impact, she saw the pedestrians and started responding back there, right? And comparatively, it would mean her response time is outside the range of what 85% of drivers can do.
So I don't think you answered the question. So let me ask it again. Rather than using 1.6 for perception reaction, if someone is going 45 miles per hour and they have to travel 230 feet, they're going to go 66 feet per second. How much time will they need to get to the intersection?
As I said before, that premise suggests, remember, if traveling 45 and 1.5 seconds before impact when she started the brake, right? If traveling 45 then and her response time is 2 seconds, then she doesn't, she barely responds before impact. But as I said before, she doesn't have to respond before impact. At 45, by the time she gets there, the pedestrians aren't there anymore. They're continuing to walk.
So what would the answer be then? How much time would she need? How much time to get to the intersection if her perception reaction is 2.0?
Probably about the same amount of time. All right, she's initially traveling 45, right, and takes 2 seconds and does nothing for 2 seconds, and then starts braking only 0.6 seconds before impact. She probably gets there in 2.8 rather than 2.6. Like it's not going to. Still, by that time, remember she got to the impact in 1.5. But if now she gets the impact in 2.5 or 2.6, the pedestrians aren't there anymore. They've now continued to walk, and there's clear sailing in the left lane at that point.
So suffice it to say that if the perception reaction time is higher than your 1.6, the accident may still happen at 45 miles per hour, correct?
No, that's exactly the opposite of what I'm saying. The crash doesn't happen at 45. Near 100% of drivers avoid, based on the facts of this case, near 100% avoid at 45. Near 100% crash at 81.
Let me ask you another question. You're aware that there's been testimony in this case that this roadway was designed for 55 miles per hour. You know that, correct?
That would be a surprise to me when I look at the speed, the average speed, the 95th percentile speed. In other words, 95% of drivers on this road, in 2 separate studies, one said they travel less than 49, the other said they travel less than 50. I don't know why you'd ever put a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit on a road where everybody accepts a maximum speed of about 50.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying you have not heard that there is evidence in this case that the roadway was designed for 55 miles per hour. Is that correct?
I haven't heard that testimony.
All right. Well, let's assume for the moment that the speed, and I'm not saying that was the speed limit. I'm just saying I want you to assume that at 55 miles an hour, you have to go 230 feet. How many feet per second now would we be going?
All right. So what's
50
the scenario I'm asking?
Sorry, yes. 55 miles an hour, and you're still going the same distance, the 230 feet. How many feet per second would you be going?
All right. Now you're asking me math that I didn't have off the top
Is it
of my
80?
head.
Is
All
it
right.
about 80?
So 230 divided by 55 miles an hour is 80 feet per second,
There you go.
right? So 8 into 23 is 2, is 7 left over, so is 8.87, 2.87.
Okay. And so the time now to get to the destination would be 2.87?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you applied a 2 perception reaction time to that, how much time to get to the intersection?
It's somewhat the same analysis. So if we're 2.87 seconds away and we respond in 2 seconds, that means 0.87 seconds before impact, the driver begins to slow, right? And they're still going to get to the impact location. Remember, Mrs. Grossman actually got to the impact location in 1.5. So in this scenario, they're getting to the impact location in 2.87. You know what? I think that I did the math wrong in the top of my head here. 80 into 20, 8 into 23. Somebody got a calculator.
Well, let me ask you another question now. Now, there's
Thank
something we haven't talked. Oh, okay. What are you doing now?
Oh, no, all right. I was right, 2.87.
Yeah, I had 2.85, but I went with your
Okay.
2.87. But okay, so fair enough.
Thank you.
So let me ask you something we haven't actually talked about, which is in addition to the perception and reaction, the vehicle itself also has to react, and that takes a fraction of a second as well, correct?
And that's what I was referring to as the braking time.
Mm-hmm.
And so we refer to that as a psychomotor task, because yes, there is a mechanical delay in your car, but it's also a human delay, because basically we as drivers control how hard we brake, right? And so it's the combination of both. And as I said to you before, the average time there has been 0.3 seconds to get to 0.4 G. So in other words, to get the hard braking, most drivers get to do that in a third of a second, right? And she never got there.
So even with, on that last scenario, for example, where she would have 0.8 of a second to stop, you have to add to that, in other words, subtract from the time that she has to stop, the 0.3 for the brakes to engage and stop the car, right?
No, that would be included. When you're asking me about perception response time, that would include that. If you're asking me about brake reaction response time, then we have to add.
Yes.
So your question was perception response time, if I recall.
No, well, the last time we were asked, I was asking about brakes, but that's okay. I'll move on. Okay, so we can take that then. Thank you. And I guess I only have, 1 second. How many, I'm so sorry.
Sure.
Okay. And I know that in your direct examination, you talked about how much you charge per hour. How much have you charged for all of your work?
Good question. I don't, at this point, you'd have to contact my office. I don't know where we're at right now.
Is it fair to say that it's well over 60 grand?
Oh, yeah, there's been a lot of time and effort over 3 years. 56 depositions, in fact. So,
All right,
yeah,
just,
lot
just
of
answer the
time.
question.
Yeah, lot of time.
Do you have an estimate, sir?
The hours?
No, just, is it 100,000?
It's we've charged more than 60,000. Yes.
Do you think it's 100,000?
Very well could be. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions for you. Could we put up 295-3, please? Just want to confirm something from your direct examination, doctor. This is, I believe, the photograph that Ms. Manners, the witness Ms. Manners took. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is this the photograph that you testified on direct exam? This is actually lighter than it was at the time of the incident. So this photo would be darker, and that would be how it was at the time of the incident.
Yes, it was slightly darker than this. This was I forget. It was a couple minutes before the crash that
Okay.
she took this.
Is it your understanding that Ms. Grossman struck both Jacob and Mark Iskander in the number 1 lane?
Objections, foundation circulation.
Overruled.
It's my understanding that her vehicle is the one that struck the 2 pedestrians. Yes,
In the number 1 lane.
in the number 1 lane.
Okay, that's the left lane, correct?
Yes, it cantered slightly to the right of the number 1 lane.
All right. And in your review of this case, I know you've done a lot of work in this case. Did you review deposition testimony as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you review either of the 2 depositions that Mr. Scott Erickson gave in this case?
Yes, I did.
And in your review of that, you would know then that Mr. Erickson gave sworn testimony, and that it has always been his contention in his testimony that he went through that intersection in the number 2 lane, correct?
That's what he initially, that's what he's testified to. That's not consistent with all the statements, but that's what he testified to. You're right.
And that testimony that you're talking about is sworn testimony under oath that he went through that intersection in the right lane, the number 2 lane, correct?
That was his sworn testimony, but I am aware of other evidence, particularly sworn testimony from Mr. Clayton that suggests that he said he swerved to avoid the children, and we have the other information that suggests he came back more to the 2 lane.
If Mr. Erickson had passed through the intersection with the crosswalk in the number 2 lane, the right lane,
Yeah.
you would agree with me that Ms. Grossman would have had a clear view of the crosswalk from the number 1 lane, correct?
Objection, foundation circulation.
Overruled.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're at. All right. I need a little bit more information about where they are, who, at what time, where.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you've said that most of what you've read shows that Mr. Erickson actually went through the crosswalk at intersection ahead of Ms. Grossman, correct?
True, and
Okay.
then move to the right side of it. Yeah.
Okay. Now I want you to assume Mr. Erickson's sworn testimony that he entered that intersection and crosswalk in the number 2 lane,
Okay.
and assume Ms. Grossman's testimony is correct, that she entered that intersection and crosswalk in the number 1 lane. My question, sir, isn't it true then that Ms. Grossman would have had a clear view in front of her of that crosswalk in the number 1 lane?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical without all the elements, litigation, speculation.
Overruled.
If I'm being asked just mathematically, right, if you put one vehicle in the right lane and the second vehicle in the left lane, does the second driver in the left lane, can they see straight ahead? And the answer is yes.
Thank you. I think just one more question, Doctor. Following your extensive analysis in this case, which would include the scene of the accident, everything you've read, and the analysis you've done on the driver's reactions, it is your expert opinion that on September 29th, 2020, Mr. Erickson was able to avoid striking Jacob and Mark Iskander in the crosswalk that evening, correct?
Yeah, he was able to swerve and avoid, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Erickson testified he almost hit him and just barely missed him, and he feels he's blessed that he didn't. That's what he testified to.
Right, and also Mrs. Iskander had to dive out of the way and grab her 5-year-old child to avoid being struck.
And Mr. Erickson, you reviewed his testimony. He made numerous false statements to the police, didn't he?
Objection goes beyond the scope. It is also calling for speculation and lacks foundation.
Overruled.
Some of his statements, several of his statements were inconsistent with other facts, yes.
He lied to the police what car he was driving, didn't he?
Objection.
At one point in time, he
Excuse me,
was,
objection beyond the scope, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
yeah, at one point in time, he said he was driving a different car.
Mr. Erickson left the scene. Is that your understanding?
Yes, he did.
Now, I want to just go back to a few questions here. Number one, in this 85 percentile, is that what you'd call a reasonable person, how they would behave?
Yeah, as I said before, yeah, if we're accounting for one standard deviation, if you take the average and add one standard deviation, that accounts for 34% of the population. So you take the average, it's 50%. 50% plus 34% means, so somebody who's slower than 85% of other drivers is, beyond one standard deviation from the mean. They're worse than 85% of other drivers.
In review of Mr. Erickson's testimony, did you see how fast he said he was going 50 miles an hour?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any witness, any police officer, any data whatsoever that was consistent with Mr. Erickson traveling 50 miles an hour?
Believe it or not at impact, no. But when making a right-hand turn, back going from Lindero onto Triunfo, right? Pam Curry's back there. She sees him making a 90-degree turn at near 50 miles an hour. That is more egregious than going 81 in a 45, right? I don't think I've ever had a car that could do that, right? That's how fast that would be when making a right-hand turn. So there's no evidence of a reasonable speed in the area of the crosswalk.
And the only one, based on any review in this case, that said that the roadway was designed to 55 miles an hour was the expert hired, Mr. Kwasniak, by Mrs. Grossman. Is that your understanding?
I guess you're going to have to repeat that question.
Kwasniak, the traffic engineer retained by the Grossmans to criticize the roadway.
Oh,
He's the only one that said it was designed to 55. No one else has testified to that in this case.
oh, yeah. I'd be stunned. You usually set speed limit based on traffic counts, and the traffic counts just don't support that.
Speaking of the traffic counts, 22 to 24 million people in 5 years, 1.8 million pedestrians. How many other roadway accidents in the crosswalk occurred other than Miss Grossman killing the 2 boys?
None.
0. Now, the EDR, all these questions about the reliability of the EDR. Is there any evidence you've seen in this case, the testimony of the person that downloaded, anyone that says the EDR is not reliable and accurate?
Certainly not in this case. You know, there's overwhelming evidence to support and buttress the reading of the event data.
FARS, you mentioned that. FARS is the Federal Accident Reporting System that's been used by the United States federal government since the 70s.
True.
And that's the data reporting government system that's used and monitored by all the auto manufacturers and cities and roads to see what are the statistics about how many people are being killed in different cars, on roadways, speed, and impaired or not.
Right. I mean, we look at vehicle information, crash location hotspots, crash location information. We look at driver information. I mean, all that information is in the fatal analysis reporting system. And
The Fatal Accident Reporting System, also known as FARS, is that the most comprehensive, extensive database for accidents with cars and pedestrians in the United States of America?
yes, I would say it would be, yes.
How many feet per second are you traveling at 80 miles an hour?
Almost 120 feet per second, like 115 feet per second.
Regarding design of a roadway, isn't speed limit any safety features you put in a roadway?
Objection, beyond the scope,
Overruled.
beyond the scope of this witness's expertise.
Overruled.
Well, yeah, the road design is going to change behavior, right? So how you design the road is going to affect how drivers respond to it.
Any juror questions?
That's it. I got it. I'm good, Judge.
Okay.
A couple questions.
Any others? All right. So,
Couple of follow-up, Doctor. I'll represent you. Mr. Kwasniak has not testified in this trial as of yet. But Mr. Dunlap, the plaintiff's expert, has testified. Have you read that testimony where he talked about the design of the roadway being 55 miles an hour?
He didn't testify.
overruled.
No, I didn't read that.
And you're aware that Mr. Dunlap is not the defense expert, it's the plaintiff's expert. You're aware of that?
I didn't consider that. I didn't read that. No.
Okay, and Mr. Panish asked you about the EDR and the reliability. Are you aware that one of the issues with the EDR in this particular case was that it showed an average speed for the vehicle of 568 miles per hour?
It shoot.
Are you aware of
That's
that?
not what it showed.
Yeah, not on the day of the crash. There was no such reading on the day of the crash. No, I'm not aware of that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Lisa.
First, does everybody agree to stay a little bit over? Are you all okay with that? Okay, I'm just going to go through this. How, if at all, did Scott Erickson's SUV passing through the intersection affect lighting conditions?
So we have another LED headlight 1 or 2 seconds ahead of Mrs. Grossman's headlights. So in effect, it's doubling the light output that's available at an earlier point in time. And so effectively, we got to consider contrast lighting in anticipation, probability, and pattern and size. But we know when we add so much more light, it's going to significantly increase recognition. And so recognition would have increased to over 300 feet and up to 380 feet is what my analysis shows.
If Mr. Erickson was driving at about the same speed as Ms. Grossman and would have braked or slowed down when he saw the children, would you think that may have slowed down Ms. Grossman to avoid the accident?
They're still traveling the same speed.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. If one driver yields, then it does increase the probability of the second driver yielding a small amount.
Does this suggest Mr. Erickson's irrational behavior?
Right. They're coupled based on all accounts, traveling similar speeds.
Had Mr. Erickson been going 50 miles an hour, could he have yielded to the kids in the crosswalk?
Yes. There would have been plenty of time to do that.
Did you do any analysis of Mr. Erickson in relation to impairment using comparative speed, not yielding after seeing the kids?
They're mirroring each other. And so his behavior is equally irrational.
For normal collision avoidance, is swerving typical? And if so, how would this compare to impaired drivers?
We see more swerving in when people are overloaded at the last minute. We see more swerving, but swerving is usually not the first option for most experienced drivers. Most just slow and yield, particularly in a situation like this. But swerving is indicative of somebody with a late response.
If a car is going 70 miles an hour and applies typical braking, what distance would it take to stop?
Give me this handy dandy calculator.
And there's a follow-up question. Would it be different distance if there was emergency braking as opposed to typical braking?
I was answering for emergency braking. Typical braking, we're up like, over 500 feet, right? Looking at only emergency braking, 70 miles an hour, the distance you need to stop as you increase speed increases exponentially, not linearly. So the distance is 250 feet just to stop, not even for reaction time, right? And so you'd have to add another 115 feet for each second of reaction time. So we're, up to 365 feet of total stopping distance at 70.
So emergency braking, 365 feet, typical braking, 500 feet.
Right, and we're at the cusp of the sight line limitation at that. So in other words, you'd have to be braking at the start of sight line at that kind of speed.
All right. Any other questions from the jurors? Counsel, any brief follow-up?
No, we're good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where's everybody going?
Oh, you got to stand over there. Stand back up there. Stand back up there.
All right. Do not talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. With Mr. Panish, you want to grab the podium?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. regarding driver behavior, and we teach crash investigators, vehicle manufacturers, and others about driver behavior.
Do you work in the area of human factors?
past that intersection. Do you recall her hearing her saying that to you too?
Yes.
And during this portion of the interview, Rebecca Grossman also indicated to you that the car that she was driving stopped on its own.
Yes.
And in your response to a portion of your summary of her statement, Rebecca Grossman told you that she had consumed no drugs or any medications. Is that correct?
Yes.
Detective, were you able to hear that portion of the video interview?
Yes.
And did you hear Rebecca Grossman asking where the parents were at the time?
Yes.
Did Rebecca Grossman ever tell you at any point in time that she saw either parent, either Nancy or Kareem Iskander, in the intersection or near the crosswalk at any point in time?
No.
And in watching these portions of the video interview that you had with Rebecca Grossman and that your colleague participated in, does this video fairly and accurately depict the actual interview you had with Rebecca Grossman?
Yes.
Now I'm just going to authenticate some other supplemental reports. These will go pretty quickly. All right. Let me publish on the screen. I'll mark this as Exhibit 3. Exhibit 3, Detective, I'll represent to you. It's just a one-page narrative supplemental report, and it concerns your interview that you had with a Pamela Curry and then with a Chris Morgeson. The interview with Pamela Curry occurred on October 1st, 2020 at approximately 11:40 a.m. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
And then with respect to your interview with Chris Morgeson, that occurred on December 1st, 2020 at approximately 12. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And there's your name, and at the very bottom, do you see that?
Yes.
And looking at this narrative supplemental report that I've marked as Exhibit 3, does this appear to be a true and correct copy of that supplemental report?
Yes.
Right. Next one is Exhibit 4 that I published to the screen, and it's a one-page narrative supplemental report relating to an interview you conducted with Susan Manners. Detective, can you see a portion of this on your screen?
Yes.
All right. And your interview with Susan Manners occurred on October 5th, 2020 at approximately 15:20 or 3:20 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in looking at this at the very bottom, you're identified as the preparer in the bottom left.
Yeah. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And this, what I've marked as Exhibit 4 appear to be a true and correct copy of your narrative supplemental report of the interview with Susan Manners.
Yes.
And then Exhibit 5 is a 2-page narrative supplemental report. And this is a narrative supplemental report concerning your interview with Scott Erickson. And it indicates you interviewed him on October 8th, 2020. Can you see that, Detective?
Yeah, see, I don't see my name on the bottom of this one, but I think it looks like the one I wrote, yes.
Okay, so let me go down to the very bottom. All right. Do you see where you're identified there, Detective? Okay.
Yes, I do. That is correct. That is the one.
All right. And then I just clicked over to the second page of this report, and you're identified again at the very bottom. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in looking at this narrative supplemental report, does it appear to be a true and correct copy of the supplemental report involving or concerning your interview with Scott Erickson?
Yes.
With respect to all of these supplemental reports that you personally authored concerning your interviews with Rebecca Grossman, Scott Erickson, Pamela Curry, Chris Morganson, and Susan Manners, was drafting supplemental reports like these a regular part of your job as a detective with the LA County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And did you draft and finalize all of these supplemental reports close in time to when you completed your interviews with these individuals?
Yes, within a reasonable time frame, yes.
And in terms of actually drafting these supplemental reports, it looks like with the one on the screen right now, it's a little bit of a different form than the other ones that have the, clicking back to the narrative supplemental report with Pamela Curry and Chris Morganson. It looks like it's on a different kind of template as compared to your narrative supplemental report with Grossman and with Erickson. So with respect to the program or form that you use for the narrative supplemental reports for Scott Erickson or Rebecca Grossman, what is that program or form?
This is just a sheriff supplemental narrative supplemental form, or like they call it, some of them are called a red tip stuff. Some of them, you can do them on different forms, depending on what you have in front of you or what computer you're on. If you're in your office, if you're using a community, in a different location using a community computer, there's a couple of different forms you can use, and it really doesn't make a difference. You can use a narrative supplemental form or a red tip stuff, they call it. They just have different numbers. They're for the same purpose.
Okay. And then if I could go, let's just as an example, go back to the form used for your narrative supplemental report for Curry and Morganson. Is this another form that's available to you in your regular, as a regular part of your job as a detective with the LA County Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, this is the standard. This comes from it's like a portion of a CHP. This is the narrative supplemental that goes along with the CHP form. This is from the California Highway Patrol, and that's a standard form that we have access to on our computers. And there's no difference between writing it on this and writing it on a red tip stuff. That's a Sheriff's Department form. This one is just a form that's given to us by the CHP. It goes on their 555 collision report.
So then it sounds like with respect to every supplemental report that you personally authored, it was a form or program that you accessed through your work computer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then once you were done with your narrative supplemental reports, how would you submit them for review and approval?
I have to submit them to somebody that's of equal or higher rank than me to approve it.
And you did that with each and every supplemental report that we've looked at so far?
Yes.
At any point in time, did any of the detectives or sergeants or any of your colleagues who you submitted the narrative supplemental reports to for review, did any of those people ever come back to you and ask you to correct or edit anything?
If they did, it would only be like a spelling error or punctuation error or a MIDI structure. Nothing of content-related factual matters that would change any context or meaning of a report.
And with respect to the people that you personally interviewed, Detective Scott Erickson and Rebecca Grossman were the only two people who identified themselves as people who were driving through the intersection of Trianfo and Saddle Mountain Drive on the date and time of the crash. Is that correct?
Yes.
With
Well,
respect to
I think I interviewed another person that we thought was driving, but not at the actual collision site. Just another driver that may have been involved prior to the collision.
And if that interview occurred, you followed the same process and procedures that you did with all your other narrative supplemental reports?
Yes.
And with respect to Scott Erickson, you interviewed him over the phone, is that correct? And that interview was audio recorded by you?
Yes.
And so, Mark, as Exhibit 6, if you know, Detective, so I'll just ask, do you have a memory of the interview, the telephone interview you had with Scott Erickson being transcribed or put into a formal format like what we're looking at right now on the screen?
I listened to it yesterday, so I remember a little bit now. So I did listen to it yesterday.
Oh, the audio portion?
Yes.
Okay. How about with respect to what I've published on the screen, and I'll mark it Exhibit 6, and I'll represent what Exhibit 6 is a transcription of the audio interview between you, Detective, and Scott Erickson. So, and just looking at the first page that's on the screen, have you ever seen a transcription of the interview you had?
No, I don't think I have seen a transcription of the interview.
And let me publish, pull back up Exhibit 5 very quickly. Exhibit 5, I'm referencing back to the narrative supplemental report of your interview with Scott Erickson. And let me reference the third paragraph, first sentence. It reads, Mr. Erickson said, prior to his friend's arrival, he ordered one alcoholic beverage. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did Scott Erickson ever tell you if he drank anything else alcoholic other than the one alcoholic beverage that's referenced here on the date or prior to the collision?
To my best recollection, I don't think he did. I think that's the only thing he stated that he consumed as far as alcoholic beverages go.
Did he ever reference during your interview with him on the date of the crash, before the crash, meeting with Royce Clayton at another bar called Stonehouse?
Oh, I don't really remember that. I know the place. I know they're really close to each other. I don't really remember whether or not he said he met at a Stonehouse first. All those places are very familiar and, very well known to everybody in the area. And it rings a bell just because I'm so familiar with those areas. But I don't remember if he told me that if he was there with him prior to that or not. I'd have to look at it or listen to the interview again, refresh my memory.
If Scott Erickson would have communicated to you or told you that prior to going to Julio's that he had an alcoholic beverage at Stonehouse or another location, would you have included that in your supplemental report?
Yeah, I would have, hopefully.
And then I think I have maybe 2 questions from different portions, and that will be that for me. So let me advance this to 45 seconds. And I'm just going to play a very short clip, and my questions is going to be identifying your voice and Scott Erickson's voice. So let's play. Hi, I'm Scott Erickson, individuals at the Sheriff's Department. So, hey, Scotty, good. All right, and I paused it at 58 seconds. Detective, were you able to hear that approximate 13-second clip? And the 2 voices that you heard, do you recognize those to be your voice and the voice of Scott Erickson?
Yes.
Let me advance the interview recording to 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's play. How are you? How are you? Geo for 50. So, Geo for 50. Basic California bar. Nevada is a registered dealer. And I paused it at 8 minutes and 50 seconds. Detective, were you able to hear that portion of the audio recording?
Yes.
And in response to your question about what car Scott Erickson was driving on the night of the crash, he identified a black SUV GL 450 with Nevada plates that were registered to him.
Yes.
And advanced to 1450. explain.
My partner's also making you slow down in crosswalk. I thought, like, when we're crosswalk at all, but it's there was into the road. Well,
And that paused at 15:07. Detective, were you able to hear that clip?
Yes,
And in response to your question about what he saw, Scott Erickson told you that he saw two kids in the crosswalk. Is that correct?
yes,
And in listening to the portions of this audio recording of your interview with Scott Erickson, does it sound to you like it is a true and correct copy of your audio recorded interview with Scott Erickson?
yes.
Apart from the recorded interview that was done telephonically, did you have any conversations with Scott Erickson?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I did or not, and I don't recall if Scott Sheen, who actually was the lead detective on this case, if he did any additional information. I don't remember.
Nothing in particular as far as any other conversations between yourself and Scott Erickson that you recall?
I don't think so.
Next witness.
Yes, sir. We call Pastor Shammy.
Push the witness stand but remain standing. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you may give in the trial now pending before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got? Yes. Be seated. And you please state and spell your name for the record.
Cheney, Chamie, Delkiskamp, Delkeskamp.
How we doing on that sound, Your Honor?
I'm sorry,
How we doing on that?
not good. Can you pull it closer to you? And then sort of bend the top towards you. There you go. Let's try that.
All right. Is that better?
Move the whole box to your right. A little more, because you're going to be talking to the jury.
All right.
Sounds good.
Okay, good afternoon. What is your current occupation?
I'm the associate pastor at Ascension Lutheran Church and School.
And how long have you been associate pastor at the Ascension Lutheran School and Church?
I've been in some pastoral role there since 2010, so 16 years.
Is there if you're an associate, is there another pastor?
Yes.
And what is that pastor called?
There's another part-time associate and the senior pastor or lead pastor.
So there's an associate, yourself, a senior pastor, and then the pastor? Or is senior pastor and pastor the same person?
Saying there's two associates and one senior.
Who's the senior pastor?
My husband,
And what's his name?
Tim Delkiskamp.
So, how did you meet your husband?
My husband and I met in seminary in St. Paul, Minnesota, where I am from, and he is from California.
Tell us about your educational background.
I have a BA in English Writing and Communications from a private Lutheran college in Minnesota, and then I have a master's in pastoral ministry from Luther's Seminary.
Tell us about the seminary training.
Seminary training includes Bible, church history, systematic theology. It also includes pastoral care and counseling, training in grief and trauma, and all pastors are required to take classes such as death and dying.
Do you also teach?
I do. I teach at Ascension Lutheran School. I teach Bible. I teach worship arts, which prepares the students to lead our weekly chapel service. And I also teach a nature class, garden outside ministry.
Did you have some training to be a teacher also?
I do. I have like a minor in education.
Tell us about Ascension Church. Where is it located?
Ascension Church is in Thousand Oaks. We are an early childhood center, so we take children from 3 months of age until 4 years old. We also have a TK through 5th grade elementary school on our campus, a 6th through 8th grade middle school on our campus, and then a church of over 1,000 members.
Approximately how many students would be attending the school?
On any given day between the early childhood center and the school, we have 350 students.
And you said the school goes up to 8th grade?
It does.
And do some students leave at a different grade to go to another school?
Yes, some students choose in particular to leave when they're in middle school, 6th through 8th grade, because we are a small, tightly knit school that we offer wonderful things, but sometimes if they want multiple higher level classes, then they would choose to go to a bigger school in the area.
And was there a particular school where a lot of the children would leave early, when I say early, not at 8th grade, but before that, to go leave Ascension to go to another school?
We do have some students in 6th grade who go to Oaks Christian, which is a larger middle school in our area, and every once in a while to a public school.
Okay, just to orient us, Thousand Oaks, like how far is that from Westlake?
They're right next door. In fact, I don't always know when one ends and the other begins.
So they're right next to each other.
Right next to each other.
Can you tell us about your responsibilities as a pastor? What do you do?
So my role is I oversee children, youth, and family ministries for the whole entire campus. That means I interface with our early childhood center. It means I interface with the school. I teach classes at the school. I lead the weekly chapel at the school. I also lead weekend services at the church and oversee our children's director and youth director. And I am the pastor in terms of pastoral care. If something falls in the realm of children, youth, and family ministries, I am the first point of contact.
And those responsibilities, does that encompass interacting with both the students and their parents?
Yes.
And how frequently at your school do you interact with the parents of the children that are attending the school?
I interact with parents every day.
How would you describe your philosophy at the school as to the interaction between the students, the parents, and the administration and teachers?
We commonly use the word one ascension, but we say relationship, relationship, relationship. I am at the school frequently when parents are dropping off their children, when they're picking up their children. I make an effort to really know the parents. I make it an effort to really know the children. It's one of the beauties of being a smaller school. We know all the children by name. And every Wednesday we have school chapel, and our little early childhood center children are there. All teachers and staff and parents come to the service too.
Is that during the day
It's every Wednesday morning.
before school starts?
It's right after school starts.
And as a part of your job duties, do you interact with the students both personally, academically, and spiritually?
Yes, I do. I teach classes. I do a lot of pastoral care and counseling through all sorts of things that children and families are having. And I spend a lot of my weekends going to birthday parties, baptisms, graduations. So I'm very, very connected to the whole of the community.
And the fact that Ascension is a religious-based school, is religion a big part of the curriculum?
It is a huge part of the
Tell
curriculum.
us about that.
So our children all do take Bible classes that are geared for their age level. When our children at the school get to be in the upper grades, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, they begin leading chapel. So that's where I teach worship arts, which is teaching them everything from lighting the candles to music to reading scripture to doing prayers.
All right, we'll
Is that
cover
good?
more.
Okay.
I want to show you Exhibit 1536, and it'll come up on your screen. Do you know the people that are identified that are in that picture?
I do.
Who are they?
Kareem and Nancy Iskander, Mark and Jacob Iskander, and their little brother Zachary, and their baby sister Violet, and Santa.
Did you come to know the Iskander family?
I came to know the Iskander family very, very, very well.
So how would you describe your relationship with the children and the family as very close?
Very close.
I want to show you Exhibit 15-45. And who is in this picture?
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
That's Mark and Jacob, and they are wearing their Ascension School uniforms.
Are those school pictures?
It's their school picture.
And did you come to meet them when they came to the school?
Yes. When they came to the school, Mark was in 2nd grade. Jacob was actually at our early childhood center. And when Jacob started at the early childhood center, I was teaching 8th grade homeroom and religion. And so the 8th graders are paired up with a 4-year-old at the preschool as chapel buddies. And so I would go with the 8th graders every week when they picked up their chapel buddies to come to chapel, and Jacob was there.
How about Mark?
Mark, I taught classes for Mark. So Jacob, I was his campus pastor, and I'd see him I'd go into his classroom on occasion. Mark, I actually had in a nature class where we do a lot with God and creation and nature. And I also had Mark in worship arts class.
What's worship arts?
Worship arts is where they are taught to be leaders in chapel. So they learn how to write prayers, read prayers. They learn how to write music, lead music. Every time Mark came into worship arts, he would ask me if he could tell a churchy joke. And he came into class every single time with a church joke. And I always laughed. He was 10 years old, and it sounded like old dad jokes, and they were hysterical. So every once in a while, we let him tell a joke in chapel as well.
The third child, Zachary, eventually did he start attending the school?
Yes, so Zachary was at the early childhood center. He started attending the school in kindergarten, and I spent a lot of time with Zachary.
What do you mean by that?
After the accident, Zachary had a really, really, really hard time. And some days he was a normal kid playing at school, learning his math, writing his projects, and then I would sometimes get a text from his teacher that said he's having a really, really hard day. Can you please come? And so Zachary and I spent a lot of time sitting side by side, sometimes quietly, sometimes him sharing, sometimes him crying, sometimes he just needed a hug. And sometimes we ate this candy. I can't even remember what it was called, but it had the colors blue and green in it because he said his brothers loved blue and green, and then he was the red part of the candy, and we would eat candy and talk about his brothers. So today I'm actually wearing a skirt that has red and blue and green in it.
Could you tell, withdraw that, did you understand that Zachary was there with his mother when his two brothers were killed?
Yes, sometimes I always let Zachary say what Zachary needed to say. And sometimes he would tell me about a nice lady who helped him that night. And so I would just sit there beside him and put my arm around him and hold him. And we just didn't say much, but he sometimes just wanted to be quiet. And there was this garden that we planted with yellow daffodils after his brothers died. And so they would come up every spring, and we would sit there and we would remember how you can plant daffodils, and when you plant them, they look dead. And we would sit there and say, well, we can still have hope, and we remember happy memories together.
Did you notice a difference in Zachary's demeanor, personality, and effect after being present when his brothers died?
Yes.
Please tell us about that.
There was a sadness, a heaviness, and there were days when he would be excited about something, like when the talent show came up, and he'd remember how his brothers performed in the talent show. And then it's like he'd think about it a little bit more. And so it would go from this, oh, I remember when my brother did this. And then it would go to a sadness because then his brother wasn't there anymore. And he would do that with Mark and Jacob. And school was harder for him. And then days were, the Iskander children are these very loving, affectionate children. And they are children who have always gotten along. And some days just playing was overwhelming. And so I would just hang out with Zachary.
All right. Nancy Iskander, how often did you interact with her?
So Nancy, before or after?
Well, let's take before.
Before. So before, I would see Nancy at drop-off, at pickup. Nancy had this beautiful faith, and so there'd be times we would talk about how we did church at Ascension, and then she would talk about their Orthodox church, because they went to Ascension Lutheran School, but on the weekends they went to an Orthodox church, and so we would sometimes just talk about the differences of how each church did things.
How would you describe her as a mother to her children?
Very, very loving, encouraging, supportive, present, taking great pride in what her children did.
Did you know that she also worked outside the home?
Yes, I
Do
did.
you know what she did?
She worked at Amgen.
And is that a large chemical company in
It's
the
a large
Westlake?
biotech company. The Iskanders have a lot of very, very brilliant scientists and doctors in their family. And so one of the things that inspired me about Nancy was how incredibly smart she was, and she worked hard, and yet she was so present for her children.
Kareem Iskander,
Mm-hmm.
did you interact with him?
I did interact with Kareem, and
Tell us about that.
I saw in him the same as Nancy, someone who took great pride in his children, who loved his children dearly, who laughed at so many of their antics. I remember Kareem saying once that he knew that he was supposed to teach his children lessons, and yet he would learn so much from his boys, that they were also his teachers.
Okay, just me. What did you observe about the happiness, love, affection between Kareem and Nancy and their two boys, Mark and Jacob?
Family was very tight knit. I always saw Nancy and Kareem working together. Sometimes Nancy would drop off or pick up. Sometimes it was Kareem. Sometimes it was Grandma. Sometimes they were together. When there was a talent show or a speech meet, they were there together as parents and supporting their kids and smiling brightly. The family did a lot of things together. I saw them once at this local farm we have that has this farm festival. And I remember it very well because Jacob and Mark were calling out my name, Pastor Chamey. And they were so excited and seemed a little confused that I was allowed to leave the church and school campus, which students sometimes do, like, wow, you're someplace else. And I remember the family so happy and delighting in the traditions of the season, being at a pumpkin patch together.
The Iskanders, Mr. and Mrs. involvement in the school with their children and participation. How would you describe their involvement? A little, medium, a lot? How would you say their involvement, their time invested with their children was?
They were very invested in their children, very invested in supporting their education. Both of them are highly educated, accomplished people. And so they were there supporting their children in their studies. There was also one night that it was a Wednesday evening, and we have these special services during the season of Lent right before Easter, and the boys were going to be singing a song. And Nancy and Kareem went to their own church on the weekends, but they came and they said, oh no, this is special. They're singing at a special service. So they came, and Zachary actually threw up after there was a dinner and then that. And what I observed in that family, and I remember that night so well too, because there was throw up everywhere outside, and yet they were so calm. They didn't scold their parents. They didn't panic. They didn't yell. They're like, oh, it's okay. Oh, I didn't know your tummy was starting to hurt. And they were helping each other and taking duties of who had the kids. And I just happened to walk out at the same time. And then they were trying to clean up together because they were just always so thoughtful of others. They were taking care of the family, taking care of the situation. And then I kept telling them, the church staff's got it. It's okay. But they worked together.
I want to ask you some questions about Mark Iskander. First of all, did you have the opportunity to observe Mark in a classroom environment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 390-2, and if you could tell us what this is.
So this was right before Easter of 2020. We had to move from in-person to online classes in the spring.
So this was 2020? When
Yes.
it's COVID, when it's COVID,
It was COVID.
February,
it was,
March 2020,
It
something like
was,
that.
I believe, the late March or early April. You see the middle kid has rabbit ears on.
Oh.
They were actually talking about, they were putting together an Easter chapel, and I'm in the top left-hand corner, and I'm waving as Mark popped in on the Zoom, and he's waving. And I remember him saying, "Good morning." He was always sunshine when he came into the room. He looked at you in the eyes, or in this case, I know he was looking at me via Zoom, but he always looked at me in the eyes when he was in person, and he would always say hello. That's just what he did when he came into the class. He noticed people.
So these students are presumably at their home doing virtual school?
Yes. I had them in class in person up until the end of March of 2020.
Do you know Dr. Nagel?
I do know Dr. Nagel.
Is her son in that picture there?
Yes.
And where is
He's
he?
in the bottom right-hand corner.
Is that Connor Nagel?
That is Connor.
And
And Mark,
you know, was he good friends with Mark?
yeah, we're best friends.
Okay. How would you describe Mark as a student?
Oh, motivated, responsible, trustworthy, really, really smart, in particular in math. He excelled in math, which was one of the reasons that at the end of 5th grade, he went to Oaks Christian in 6th grade to do a higher level math.
So was he in the math level? He was advanced ahead of his grade?
Yes, very much so. Extremely, extremely smart, without any air of snootiness about him.
Arrogance?
None. And he would always help other students if they needed help.
What stood out to you about Mark Iskander?
Mark was so joyful, as I said, coming in. He would always look at you in the eye. He had this old soul where the jokes he would tell would sometimes be beyond what I was used to hearing in a 5th grader. Very, 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 very funny. Very, very compassionate. His favorite chapel song was called "Do Something," and it's a song by Matthew West that is about all these needs in the world, where there's hurt, where there's pain. And he loved that song because he felt like we need to do something to take care of the world. So he was very, very into service projects of all different types.
All right, let me show you 1551. And this is a writing, seen this by Mark. Can you read that for us? This is something prepared in the school. Is that what they do? Tell us about something about yourself.
Yes, yes.
Okay, why don't you read that about Mark?
Funny, smart, energetic. Oh, he had a lot of energy in all the right ways. Very respectful of teachers. Who loves to skateboard? He did. Who feels happy when playing ice hockey? Yes. Who needs family, friends, God? Yeah. Who shares time? Who fears death? Who would like to travel to Australia? Who dreams of becoming a great doctor, skateboarder, mathematician, and sleeper?
How would you say that characterizes Mark? Is that accurate, inaccurate? What would you say?
That is absolutely accurate.
How about Mark's interaction with the other students? What did you observe?
People loved Mark. Everybody loved the teachers loved Mark because he had an energy and he was really engaged, but he was a very, very respectful kid, not the type that some you're trying to get them to focus all the time, and he would focus really, really well. He'd check in on people and ask them how they were, whether they were a teacher or a student.
I want to show you 390-3. And what do we see here?
It's So this is one of the service projects that we did. This particular one is Project Linus. And so Mark was tying the fringes of the blankets, and all these blankets were going to children that were in the hospital, many of them cancer patients. And Mark loved doing those kinds of things.
How would you describe his kindness towards others?
Overflowing.
You told us he had a sense of humor.
He did.
He told the jokes. Anything else that you observed about his sense of humor?
He would tell me that he was going to be a comedian, I guess, along with a doctor and a sleeper and a mathematician. And he promised me that I would be able to have first row seats to his show.
Could you tell what impact, if any, Mark had to the others around him?
He had a huge impact. A lot of the service projects, like in this picture, they were joint projects across the One Ascension community. So we had a lot of senior adults, grandparents in the church that would participate in them. And when the older community in the church found out about Mark's death, there were so many tears, and they thought he was one of the sweetest, kindest kids that they had ever met.
I want to show 1553. You've seen this. Actually, it's kind of apropos. Mother's Day. It's coming up. So what is this project they're doing here?
It's a project for Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. I love you. Yes, it's true. Oh my gosh. He says, snakes are nothing compared to you. Mark loved snakes. I was scared of them. And then Zachary followed his brother and loved snakes. So for Mark to say snakes are nothing compared to you is both funny and means he loves his mom a lot. Oh, thank you for everything you do to help me be a better student. That he would say that to his parents. Both of them. I love it when you encourage me to do things I thought I would never do. So special how you can work and still spend time with me, Jacob, Zachary, and Vi. They would call Violet that, and they'd get extremely excited, both he and Jacob, when they'd see her after school. They love to go pick up Zachary and Vi. Special when I ice skate with you. I love it when we are playing sports or skating. Adjectives. A scholarship. Wait, if I could give you anything, I would give you a scholarship for your kids to go to the best college.
All right, I want to ask you a few more questions about Mark, and then I want to talk about Jacob and Kareem and Nancy Iskander. First of all, how would you describe Mark's relationship that you observed with his mom and showing of affection?
Oh, he loved his mom so much. He was very, very affectionate. And there's one time in particular that stands out for me. It's when Nancy was pregnant with Violet, and she had gone into the hospital to deliver, and Mark was at both Mark and Jacob, but I remember Mark in particular saying they were both so excited, our baby sister's coming, and then Mark was like, pray for my mom, pray that it all goes smoothly. They loved their mom very much.
How about Mark's relationship with his dad, Kareem, and same showing of affection?
Oh,
Can you tell us
very,
about
very,
that?
very, very affectionate. Kareem was involved in their sports, in their studies, in their school, and it was a family that showed affection through words and actions.
How about Mark's Did you observe him comforting his parents at times?
Yes.
How would you describe Mark's role in the Iskander family?
A ray of sunshine, a protector. He and Jacob very much protected their brothers. Mark and Jacob and Zachary and Violet were the center of their parents' world.
I want to ask you some questions about Jacob now. Same questions. Did you observe him at school, and tell us about that and what kind of student he was?
Yes. Jacob was also very, very smart. I'd never had Jacob in class on a ongoing weekly basis like I had Mark in class. I do go into the classes though for those younger grades. So like when he was in kindergarten, first, second grade, and I would do special classes. And then I did this whole series based on Bible foods. It was called Journey with Jesus. And every week at lunch, I would bring out different foods that the kids could try from the Bible. And there were dates and there were figs and pomegranates, all sorts of things from that area. And a lot of Jacob's classmates, I think it's normal for younger kids to be more picky. Jacob was never picky. Jacob was always so excited, and if there was food left, Jacob liked seconds and thirds.
All right. How about what stood out to you as Jacob as a student in person?
Jacob had so much scripture memorized. He knew like Hebrews 12 by heart, and that I, as a pastor for 27 years, do not have that memorized. And so the pastoral staff would be like, oh my goodness, we cannot believe this kid knows all of this. It was amazing. He also, they had these speech meets and he got to choose one. They get to choose them, and he did one on Mother Teresa, that if one of the lines is be kind, even if people are unkind to you, do it anyway. And that really also captured Jacob's spirit. He was going to be nice to people and kind to people, even if they weren't to him. Though I've never seen anyone be unkind to him.
I want to show you 390-4. Can you tell us what this is a picture of?
Yes. So this is Jacob in green, very bright green tank top, showing off his muscles. He was very strong, and he also did some ninja warrior things, and loved to be strong and like kind of playing around with his dad. So he was showing his chapel buddy his muscles, and she is laughing with absolute complete joy. She loved him, and her name's Lauren. She was in my 8th grade class the year that Jacob was 4. This particular picture she actually sent to me when she heard about the boys' deaths. She was devastated because.
Let's focus on.
Okay.
What was that, Judge?
I said let's just focus on.
Okay. All right. No problem. How did Jacob interact with others?
Also a ray of light. Good friend.
Can you describe his personality and intelligence, please?
Highly intelligent, always smiling. He really loved being outdoors. We're a nature explorer certified school. So he was great in the classroom. And he was also loved exploring in our outdoor classroom, so indoor and outdoor.
Can you tell us about Jacob's relationship that you observed with his mother?
Yes, he liked to be his mother's protector. He liked to share his work with his mother with excitement and enthusiasm. He was very loving. They were, I would see hugs and pats of affection, and the family always like tightly together when they would go places. Like at school, he would be right there beside him, give hugs after school.
And that would be the same with his father.
Correct.
I want to show 15-50. And before I do that, while you put it up, describe the relationship between Mark and Jacob in the family structure.
Oh, the brothers were very, 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 very tight. Very, very close, loved each other very much. Would do things together.
And is this something that he wrote about his brother?
Yes.
What did he write?
My brother Mark is worth way more than gold because he is smart, cool, and super funny.
All right, next, 1592. Who's in that picture?
Oh, I haven't, never seen this one. This is not Zachary, Mark and Jacob are on the bottom, which they were foundational to that family. Zachary's on top with a bright smile, and then Violet is on the very, very top. They had so much fun together.
You mentioned earlier something about when they knew they were going to have a sister. You remember that?
I do, yeah.
Were they excited about having a sister?
They were extremely excited about having a sister. That now there were 3 boys and there was going to be a girl. They were very excited and also very affectionate with their mom. Just please pray for my mom as she goes to the hospital to have Violet.
All right, I want to show you 1598. It's a writing by Jacob. And again, we don't have to go read it, but this is what he wrote about what he'd do if he had $1.
Yeah, if I had $100, I would just give it all to the offering at church. That is absolutely Jacob.
Now I'll show you now 390-5. And what is this?
This is Mark with his friend Asher. This one is actually at Ascension Lutheran School Chapel. So one of their roles is to be an acolyte. They light the candles before the service and then extinguish them after the service.
Is that like an altar boy?
In some ways it is. And he loved doing anything in regards to worship at Ascension or at the Catholic Church.
You told us about the speech that you observed Jacob given called, it's actually, I think, a poem.
It's a
Anyway, by Mother Teresa. Did you watch him do that?
I watched him do it, yes.
Okay, I want to show it to you. This is 4336.
In the beginning was the word.
Oh, this one's different.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's the next one, 4336. 36.
People are often unreasonable and self-centered. Anyway, if you are
Oh, it's not showing.
I've always tried to go to all these
Can we go to
shows.
Is that the beginning? Okay.
Oh,
here we
that,
go.
yes.
Is this in the church?
people
In
are
the church. Mhm.
Okay, go ahead.
unreasonable and self-centered. Anyway,
Oh,
people are often unreasonable and self-centered. Anyway, if you are kind, people may accuse you of ulterior motives. be kind anyway. If you are honest, people may cheat you. Be honest anyway. If you find happiness, people may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do today may be forgotten tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have. It may never be enough. Give your best anyway. For you see, in the end, it was between you and God. It was never between you and God anyway.
All right.
I was there when he said that. I was in the back, and I went up to him later when it was all done, and I said, Jacob, that was amazing. Would you mind doing it again at a chapel service? And he said, yeah, I will.
Did he like to perform?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was their favorite chapel song?
And Jacob's favorite chapel song was one called 10,000 Reasons. And it is a song about the thousands of reasons we have to give thanks every day. And Jacob was someone who gave thanks. I mean, even looking at his little thing, if I had $100, I'd give it away. I mean, he was just so thankful for everything he had and people and being able to help. And he just loved that chapel song. And then Mark says, do something about making a difference in the world whenever there was a need.
Could you tell whether or not Mark and Jacob brought happiness and love and joy to their parents?
Oh, very much so. I saw so many smiles of their parents, and times when I would be at shows or perform, like this was Speech Meet, the one that Jacob did, and I would say, oh, that was so good, and they would be beaming.
Okay, you mentioned they were involved in service projects. What's a service project?
We do all sorts of projects to support various needs locally and globally on the campus and off the campus. The boys were a part of making lunches for an organization called Harbor House for people who are hungry in our community. They actually pack personal care kits and school kits to go all around the world. They loved to be in our school garden, and they would work in there.
All right, I want to show you 390-1 and ask you, were the parents, Nancy and Kareem Iskander, involved in the service projects and sharing with their children?
Yes.
What is this?
So Jacob grew this tomato plant, and we're an outdoor nature explore school. And so they grow these plants and sell them every year. We've been doing it now for probably 14 years. And he was so excited to show that this was one of the plants he had taken care of. And I love this picture so much. This has been one of my favorites for years. And I love their hands together, her hand on top of his hand, and the smile on her face, the way that she is looking at him with absolute love and pride and joy. And this is a picture of beautiful parenting and a kid that's just so excited. They know that their mom is just going to love this. They ended up growing that plant in their backyard.
Sorry. How did you learn about what had happened?
It was a Wednesday, really early in the morning at around 7 a.m. And I was the only one in our sanctuary preparing for a weekly chapel. And Jenny Nagel called me and let me know what happened, and it was surreal. I couldn't really get my head around it. I had heard on the news that there had been an accident, and I didn't really listen to the news. And then I went, oh my goodness, this is what they said, something happened in Westlake, and I fell to the ground. I knew it was going to hit the Ascension community so hard, because this was a family and boys that were so loved. We work really hard at loving every single one of our students. We work really hard at not showing favoritism, but it was really hard not to have a special affection for Mark and Jacob, because they were just such joy, and they were very visible in things. They always participated, like in the talent show, and so you would see them. So I immediately, after I got off the phone with Jenny, called the other pastors and administration, because I knew we were going to need a lot of backup and support.
When did you first see Nancy after?
I think it was not that day, because I called and set up a time to come. My husband and I both went. We were really, the school families and the school children didn't know yet. So that Wednesday, we were just trying to sustain our teachers through the day as they held the information, and we were putting together resources on grief and trauma and how you tell children, and we were contacting all the families, and we were letting everyone know we were going to be available after school, but we weren't going to tell the students at school, but equipping families to do that. So that was my primary focus on Wednesday. And then my husband and I went to Nancy and Kareem's, pretty sure it was Thursday, and not Wednesday.
What did you observe when you saw Nancy?
At that point, I'd been a pastor for 21 years, and I never had seen somebody so devastated. And
Yeah.
I deal with death a lot.
And part of your training is to counsel and help people that facing death, someone died in the family, and grief and other things like that.
Yes.
You never seen anything like this?
No.
Why?
Because it was so extremely tragic. I mean, I have actually held babies born with a birth defect. I've been at the bedsides of older people at cancer deaths. I've had a couple of young adults who've died themselves in an auto accident, but never had I had a mother who witnessed her children's death.
She wasn't doing very well.
No.
Was she able to communicate with you?
Yes.
What about Mr. Iskander when you first saw him? Was he there that day?
He was.
How was he doing?
He was distraught, but I felt like he was trying to be very strong for Nancy, and we were all together. He was his heart was broken, and we ended up sitting in this place, and where I was sitting in the house, I could see their wedding picture, and then I could see pictures of the kids, and Nancy was very distraught. He was very distraught, but I felt like he was really trying to be supportive of his wife. And so my husband said, Kareem, do you want to go talk a little bit? And then my husband was concerned that maybe Kareem needed to say some things on his own and have some support. And so we actually went to 2 different rooms, and I was with Nancy for an hour or so, and my husband was with Kareem for an hour or so.
I want to show you 1564. Do you know when that picture was taken?
It's right after Violet was born. This was at the Coptic church, so they're wearing their, I I get some of the terminology wrong, but this might have been at her baptism. I'm not sure because that was at the Coptic church. But look at Nancy and Kareem. They're all so happy.
Okay, that smile that Kareem had.
Yeah.
Did he always smile like that?
When we saw his kids, yes.
Have you ever seen
When he saw his wife.
Kareem Iskander smile like that since his 2 children were killed?
No. Nancy said to me that
What did you see the changes in Nancy since this happened?
she said that they grew up in such a happy home, that there was so much happiness, and her boys grew up in such a happy, happy home. And Nancy shared with me that one of the things that weighs on her so much today is that she wants her children, she wants Zachary and Violet to know that happiness, and yet there's a sadness that never, ever, ever leaves.
Based on your observations of the family and conversations since the deaths, how would you describe the effect on Kareem Iskander and Nancy Iskander and the deaths of their sons, Mark and Jacob, and how that affected them and their family?
It is a heartache and a void and an abyss that never, ever leaves. And there are days when, and I talked to Nancy a lot. After this, I was with Nancy the most. My husband spent more time with Kareem. And there'd be days where she was just trying to be in the day and focus on what Zachary was doing or Violet and be able to, try to encourage and smile like she did with the boys. And then this wave of grief would just slap over her. And she would say, I need help right now. I need help. And we would pray and we would talk. And Nancy will tell you that what has been able to give her strength is her faith. And that's the only reason she's standing.
Can you just summarize for us what you've seen, the effect on the Iskander family as a result of the deaths of Mark and Jake?
They won't ever be the same. There is every single milestone, like I think of the day that the boys saw me at Underwood Family Farms. And they were there together as a family, picking out their pumpkins and playing games. This past Easter, I touched base with Nancy and said, hey, how are you doing? And every day, every single day, it hurts. And then you go through all these milestone days, and it's affecting them. Like Nancy and Kareem will see milestones that Mark and Jacob's classmates experience and feel the sadness. There's been some times when Nancy and Kareem, they loved their kids well, and they loved their kids' friends. They really encouraged their kids' friendships. And so there's times they see Mark and Jacob's friends, and they want to see them grow, and yet it is so, so, so hard. Like, they love Connor Nagel. They love Connor Nagel. And then they see Connor, and they also know that Mark should begin his driver's license. Mark should be doing the things that Connor's doing. And so sometimes they're torn because they want to be with their friends, and then they just go, oh my goodness, Mark and Jacob aren't here.
Thank you.
No questions for Pastor Shady.
Any questions from the chair? Thank you, Mr. Excuse me.
Thank you. Approach the bench, Sean. It's okay. It's okay.
We're going to break for the weekend. Do not talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. I'll see you back here at 9:15.
Thank you.